Testing. Can we hear in the back? Thumbs up? Fantastic. All righty. It is time to call the May 11th Board of Commissioners meeting to order. I want to thank all of you who are in attendance here today and those who are online. And can you rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Elizabeth, can you call the roll, please?
Mayor Harker.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Gillikin.
Here.
Commissioner Spiegler.
Here.
Commissioner Matthews.
Here.
Commissioner Cooper.
Here.
Commissioner LaPiccolo.
Here.
I would like to make an addition to the agenda. I would like to add a closed session for client attorney privilege due to General Statute 143-318.11A and 3. So with that amendment to the agenda, can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Got a motion on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Now we get to welcome some new employees. This is great. And Matt's going to do the introduction of Mr. Pendergraft, our fire chief.
Matt, would you like to join me up? So, Mayor, Council, public, it's my privilege and honor tonight to introduce the Town of Beaufort's our current fire chief. This is Matthew Pendergraft, and we are welcoming Matt with a little bit of experience. He only comes with us with 27 years of experience, helping to oversee a team of nearly 100 people, a battalion chief over multiple stations, if I'm not mistaken, maybe 5, and comes to us from Goldsboro. Now, I don't want to steal anyone's thunder, but in our introductory staff meetings, Matt was kind enough and he shared that it's taken him 27 years through his illustrious career to get here, and we want to join him in a round of applause. We're going to allow Matt to speak, but our second employee that will be introduced tonight also followed up with, and I sure hope you tell them what the second employee said. So this is a part 1-2 joke opportunity, so we'll see if it hangs in. So Matt, would you like to say a few words? And if not, I got you.
So just want to take the opportunity to thank everybody. Everybody's been super welcoming and everything. Like I've told Matt several times, it took me 27 years. I got here just as quick as I possibly could. I'm just glad I'm finally here.
So we want to welcome Matt. Thank you.
Welcome aboard.
Elizabeth, you're too.
So
All
I'll
right.
have Griff Barlow stand up. He's our new public information specialist. And to just piggyback on that joke, at the staff meeting, Griff shared that it only took him a week to get here after graduation. If you'd like to say a few words, Griff. Griff comes from, he's a recent graduate from North Carolina State University. He's got a degree in communications, and he's been with us 2 weeks now. So we're excited to work with him. He's going to be managing our social media channels, our website, and just bringing information to the community. So we're glad to have Griff here, and I'll let you say a few words.
Yeah, to follow up with Chief, I apologize for the joke, first of all. But I want to thank Mayor and Board for having me here today, for giving me this opportunity, for you all being here as well. Really looking forward to working with everybody, working for this great town. And like Elizabeth said, it's only my second week, but I can really tell just how vibrant, how great this community is, and I think I'll fit in, hopefully, just as great as I think I will. So thank you guys again.
Well, welcome to you both. And Chief, my motto is better late than never, so you're good to go. Now we're going to move on to the items of consent. We've got the meeting minutes from April 13th and 27th. We have the Seafood Festival 8K road race application, and that's going to take place on October the 3rd. And then we have the Beaufort Lion Club bridge race application, all under the items of consent. And what is the pleasure of the board when it comes to the items of consent? Any questions? Okay, can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
We have a motion on the floor. Any further questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed have the same right. Thank you. Now we're going to move on to presentations. We have the result of the Lynn Urey Park Community Input Session, and we've got Ms. Wellborn to present on that.
right. Hi, Mayor and Board.
Oh, I need my good glasses for that one.
So I'm going to talk about the Uri Park Community Input Sessions that we have held, myself with the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, since your direction at the last Board of Commissioner meeting. We held 2 in-person sessions, and then also put this big poster with sticky notes and different options for benches and tables and everything at Town Hall in the Front Street lobby, and that was up for a couple weeks. And then also I got a handful of email submissions as well. The 2 in-person sessions were held on the other side of the Beaufort train depot here on April 23rd and May 4th from 4:30 to 7:30 p.m. Here's some pictures of the top ones, the layout, very similar to what was also up in the town hall. And then the bottom picture is our Parks and Recreation Advisory Board members there. This is what I printed out on big pieces of paper. It is generally, there's some additional comments on there, but what was proposed by the Beaufort Community Foundation last board meeting. And then, so there were also pictures, different various benches. This is one that we're going to talk about, the Edenton bench. And then also this is another Edenton bench as well with different options. We printed out a bunch of different options for tables and benches and all kinds of things and got everyone's, the general community input of what they favored color-wise, style-wise, and different materials. So this is the total comments that I kind of put into different categories, benches, boats, landscaping, other overall comments, comments about the pathway, the brick pathway, tables, the concrete slabs, shade, general landscaping. Total here, there were, I believe, 76 different inputs. So this is just a brief example of the way we kind of analyzed it. This one was sorted by type, and then this one was sorted by number of votes. And then we also had, at our Parks and Recreation Advisory Board meeting last Thursday night, some of our board members really analyzed all of the data. So there was a lot of thought that went into this with their recommendation. So this is their actual recommendations that came out of the Parks Board meeting on Thursday night. They were all voted on unanimously by the board. So for benches, they voted 3 benches without backs and 2 with backs. The Edenton style bench with polywood seats and in a gray color. And when I say Edenton benches, it's that one. So the backless and then the one with the back. And then with tables, they recommend 1 ADA compliant and 1 regular hexagon style polywood tables in a soft gray to match the benches as best as we can. The landscaping, they recommend no additional shade structures since there's shade in Graydon Paul Park, and in order to try to keep that view open. And then some discussion about water, and with the big pots, there was a recommendation from members of the garden club that in order to be able to appropriately water those pots, there needs to be a spigot on or some water access on the east side of the park. And then possibly there was interest in a water fountain similar to the ones that are at the docks that have the little dog water fountain, and then for humans as well. They're generally liked the semicircle brick path layout. It's permeable bricks and the same type of bricks that are going to be in Ann Street Park and throughout town. And then they recommended, they did like the embossed bricks. with the little nautical embossings just for kids to kind of look at and do a seek and find. And then they decided to defer to Public Works with the details of the installation of the bricks, like if there needs to be concrete below them in order to bolt down the tables and benches and stuff, or if just bricks are fine. And then maintain existing water views, so no additional obstructions. And then the concrete slabs were a topic. They recommended unanimously to remove the concrete slabs, but wanted to note that some people believe the slabs to have some historical significance. Not necessarily that concrete, but I did put, so this is some old photos of, that's Town Hall right there. That used to be the post office and customs. And so you can see in that circle, there seems to be some kind of slabs with two docks that go out, and that's where the boats would come in with the mail and anything that was coming into Beaufort back in the day. So that's another view of it. So some people said that there is some historical significance to those slabs. Just wanted to note that. And then other items, they wanted a QR code to share the history of the location. There is a video that's in development of Mr. Uri that the Beaufort Community Foundation is putting together, and we could put that on the park sign and link it so you can scan the QR code and see about the history of the park itself and some of the natural area around it too. No sculptures, no children's climbing features, support completing the work as quickly as possible, to consider Mr. Uri's health and trying to see this project through as soon as we can. And then HOA considerations were discussed for that. Property does have an HOA. And then they discussed bike racks. There's plenty of bike racks in other parks and putting them other places, not necessarily in Uri Park. And a binocular viewing station was a cool idea, possibly to put that in Great and Paul Park. So maybe you could see the horses from a binocular station. And there was some general talk about Great and Paul upgrades as well. And so those were, this slide and this side were the actual recommendations from the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board.
Well, thank you, Jen, for that overview. I want to thank those for the Park and Rec as well for holding outreach sessions and all those that have participated. We have questions. Commissioner Spiegler.
Jen, thank you so much for putting this presentation together. This is really exciting. I know we're all really looking forward to this park and honoring Mr. Uri, so thank you. And thank you to the Parks and Rec Board and the Beaufort Community Foundation. Could you go back to slide 8, the Uri Park comment, sorted by votes?
Sorted by votes.
That one,
yes.
yep. So if I'm reading this correctly, so this is from the 2 input sessions that you guys had over the past month. And you said you had 76 inputs, but is that from?
Yes. So
the
this,
same
I think,
people?
shows 50-something. And then one of our board members for the Parks Board subcategorized those. So if they said, like I think on here, light color benches or things that had 2 different, like he subcategorized it. So if it said black backless bench, it would be black and backless. And so then all of those came out to be 76, I believe.
But there weren't 76 people that gave input, I'm guessing, because probably
No,
people gave
and-
more than one response.
Right, and if the comment, one person commented on the benches and the slabs and the whatnot, then yeah, so not
So do
necessarily
you
that amount
have
of people.
An approximation of about how many people this represents?
Probably about 40 or
40,
so.
okay.
Yeah.
So my next question is, so it looks like if I'm counting this correctly, so the top comment from the public was that they wanted to see trees for shade under landscaping, and that they also wanted more shade more shade, sailcloth, umbrella, et cetera. So if you add those two together, 6 plus 4, you actually have 10 that want something for shade, whether it's trees or other options. And so
Right.
what I wanted to, so that was, I think that actually shows that that was the highest vote getter, basically, more shade for this park, if you add those two numbers together.
And then there was also comments about keep the views open.
Right,
as
so in
well
the
to
next
kind of
slide, it
contrast
says
that.
about 4, I think it showed that 4 people wanted to keep the views open. So you're getting sort of these mixed comments, right? A lot of people want more shade, whether it's trees or something else, but you're also having other people that want the viewscape to be open. But at least with these 40 people, more people want the shade than want
Yeah.
the view open. So my question is, the Parks and Rec advisory suggestions did not incorporate the community comments, is what it
Well,
seems like?
So with the HOA, there's restrictions on some of that, like planting trees and obstructing the view. So I think that was taken in consideration by the board. And then also the discussion that Graydon Paul, right adjacent there, does have such good shade coverage and.
Right, but my question is, so the advisory board, the Parks and Rec Advisory Board does have somewhat different recommendations than what was heard at the community events.
Yes.
And can you also specify what is the HOA there that is part of that park?
I'll try to help on this one. So the uniqueness of this donation, and Mr. Grady can jump in and help me as well. So the town has 2 votes in a 4-part HOA situation. And when Mr. Uri donated the land to the town, if you look at the waterfront adjacent portions, the easternmost side or left, if you're looking at the water, belongs to the Uri family. The 2 sections in the center belong to the town, the 2 boats where we park our police and fire boat. And then the right side is currently owned by another private citizen. And so there's those portions, and then there's the section that abuts or adjoins to Front Street. So the town has control over 50% of that voting population, and there's a lengthy list of items within this contractual agreement upon donation. And to summarize it very shortly, that Mr. Uri's donation at the time, preceding many of us, was to preserve a vista and to provide a safe location for the pirates' invasion to be held. And so those were 2 of his driving conversations. And to say that we spent a bit of time discussing that is really critical because you're trying to balance all the desires and needs of the community as well as the doning family that has contributed to the community. So, and I will yield to either Mayor Harker or our town attorney if I've missed any portions of those details.
You did well. That's true.
I passed my test.
All right, thank you.
Any further questions for Jen?
Yes.
Commissioner Cooper?
I don't see the numbers on there, but I'm concerned about not wanting to have any children climbing features. Because you're gonna have parents who's going to be traveling through here with kids, or some of our residents who are grandparents who may bring their kids down to the park, and they're gonna have nothing to do.
So that was discussed, and the main thing with that is the safety concerns, because it's right on the water, and there's a very open fence right there, and it's right along the, Front Street as well, and so that park just being so open. We previously were talking about the Randolph Johnson Park and wanting a fence in Randolph Johnson Park recently, so the board heard those comments from you all and kind of took that into consideration for safety concerns with children.
Yeah, so I know the width of the fence there probably could get a child through. So can we maybe not see if our illustrious Public Works, Mark, can maybe work on something that could be presentable so that they can have no features out there?
I'm not sure fence-wise if that's for the HOA. I don't know how that works with the current fence that's there.
we could obviously do some improvements to the fencing, but I think that the question at bay is if the council would like children's climbing items, the current recommendation from the planning board, looking at the overall park, it's not as conducive at that location. I think there's potential options elsewhere, but
Well, I'm
we
not
can look
asking-
at whatever.
Yeah, I'm not asking for no very large feature, but, you know, something a little small, and maybe even something like a little balance beam that they, you know, real low to the ground, that they could possibly walk on, something that would keep them interest while they're out, while the parents and grandparents may be out there with them, and. you
That
have
was
some-
the idea of the embossed bricks with different various nautical, like little, you know, horses and anchors and that kind of stuff, that there'll be different embossed bricks all throughout the pathway, so it can be like a seek and find for them.
Okay.
So something kind of passive, that's, you know, safe and still keeps the views open.
Just one more. Can we reverse the numbers on the benches? 3 backs and 2 no backs.
You can do whatever you like.
I'm just asking because I think you have more people concerned with leaning back on something versus just not having that capability of a no back bench. So if we could maybe reverse that, I mean, that would be maybe very helpful. And the color gray, where's that coming from?
So that was on here. It was just light colors. A lot of people said specifically no white, but they still wanted light colors was the majority. So,
And I know people are not in favor of probably putting trees out there for shade, but just like we may have at Johnson Park, where we had that canvas type, where you can stretch from one end to the other, that wouldn't block the view, but it would still provide shade.
yeah, sales was mentioned once, I think, throughout all the comments. But again, the idea of just keeping the views open and not having posts and that kind of stuff was the general consensus of the Parks Board.
So on that, Mr. Cooper, the part of that issue, I think, is the setup for the Pirates invasion. And we were trying to find solutions, and I think the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board has worked hard through that. When that setup was there last November, it was full edge to edge on the open space, and I think they're trying to preserve
For
some.
the private invasion?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I know they had,
Yeah.
but I don't know.
All right,
Just asking.
Commissioner Gilligan.
I think the obvious thing here is aligning the original goal and objective for the park with the comments that came back and the Recreation Advisory Committee's recommendations. So when the members of the public came to the charrettes or the input sessions, were they obviously aware of the context? Like, the goal is to keep an open view, let the space be open and flexible for pirate invasion, because if they weren't, then they may not be given the most useful answers.
So this is what they saw.
Okay.
I did write maintain water views and event space on there. And then brick activity for children was on there, benches, flower pots, just that kind of, and then the ADA compliant table was mentioned. And then that grade and Paul is adjacent right there with the trees. And so they were, when the public would come in, they were speaking with members of the Beaufort Community Foundation that were present and the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board to kind of get more background on everything. So I'm not sure exactly
Okay.
what info.
Okay, I definitely want to respect the original objectives and goals of the project, that Mr. Uri had this vision that he wanted to preserve a vista and provide a safe location where the pirate invasion and other events can be held. So I mostly support the recommendations of the Recreation Committee. However, I do get the thing about wanting backless benches. When Mary made the presentation, she said that there needed to be a lot of flexibility And I know for even with some people with special ability levels or like physical challenges, sometimes actually a backless bench is good, and sometimes you need a backed bench. But we've got a bunch of backed benches over there in Graydon Paul, just several yards away. So I can see how an event space, like people could be facing in both directions, like facing the pirate encampment here or facing a presentation that's on the sidewalk. So I do think the backless benches make a lot of sense because it's in line with the objectives and goals of the park, and there are back benches next doors. I do think that equipment would be great for children, but I wonder if we could put something like a boat, like a Harkers Island built little boat over in Graydon Paul Park, where the kids could explore the boat or, learn how to tie a knot or something like that, nautical, to keep this open for event space. But those would kind of be my suggestions, and thanks for hearing me.
Yeah.
One more thing. I did have one more thing.
Sure, sure.
Okay. Water fountain. Still with the climate, and we're still having to deal, with COVID, and now we got another one out there floating in the air. I'm just wondering whether or not, and I'm not sure what kind of funds you're having to deal with, but do you have an idea in terms of this water fountain? Because, people are real hesitant now even about bending over or having a fountain that someone else has been. So, and I know there are containment where the water, where you have to put either a cup or a bottle and get your water in that sense.
So they mentioned the same exact ones that are in the downtown area by the docks that do get a decent amount of usage, I think, especially with the dog watering station too. So they were looking at the exact ones to keep it uniform.
Oh, I must don't walk down in the park. Thank you.
Need to get you a dog.
I don't have a dog. Nope, I don't have time for a dog now.
You'll
'Cause
notice all the water fountains when you have a
when
puppy.
I'm ready to move, I don't want to have to be trying to kennel no dog.
All right, so today we're just going to be providing
Not no
some
harm to the
direction
dog people out
to
there, though.
Lynn Urie's improvements.
Mayor, I still
And-
have a comment.
Okay, yes.
Thank you. Thanks for bringing this to us. I appreciate it and all the hard work that you did on this. And obviously with the Parks and Rec Board, for them to go through all the details and make sure that all the I's are dotted and T's were crossed. Obviously here as a board, we sit up here and may kind of have our opinions, but I think it's important to know when you have those issues with the HOA that we're staying in compliance and we're not overstepping. I do respect Mr. Ure's opinion and his desire to try to keep this open. I, for one, wanted to try to have some shade, but if the HOA does not allow for that, I definitely can understand that. I've never seen a survey of this property. I've only seen the design. Can you tell me where specifically the easement is on the property? Is it to the left of that brick pad, the picnic area, or is it on the other side of the property line, do you know, for access to the boats there? I think the public should probably be aware of that as well.
So my understanding is it's at the very top of that, so it would be the south
The south of it.
side.
And I'd imagine there's access from the concrete sidewalk, right, to the...
Yeah, is it through the Graydon Paul side? Do you want to go ahead?
Well, and Matt, can you add on to that?
Sure. The easement begins at Front Street on the westernmost boundary of the Erie Park. It extends north and south to the midline of the demarcation. Then it runs east and west, providing access for the 4 parcel holders, which would be the folks accessing the boats. So there should be no obstruction on that western boundary or on the east-west run bifurcating where the fence line runs. So, and I can't recall off the top of my head if it's 3 or 4 feet wide, but it basically runs where the word Erie Park is, under the tree, dog legs left, and runs under the words maintain water views and event space.
Okay, so just to the left of those trees there, where it says Erie Park is where the access is. Is it
Would-
about
would-
6 feet, 8 feet? Do you know?
I think it's closer to 4, but I'd have to pull the documentation. But when we did the initial drawing and shared it with the landscape architect, that information was conveyed so that there would be no obstructions or improvements in said space, and also conferred and conveyed that data to the 4 parcel owners in writing so that they knew that they wouldn't have a concern.
Okay, great. I just wanted to check that, make sure we were in compliance. I think that's really important to make sure the board is on top of that. So, thank you. Appreciate your time.
Any further questions for Jen?
Just a comment. Appreciate all the work that you've done on this. I definitely appreciate the funding that's coming from the foundation. I think this will be a great addition, improvement to that area. The Parks and Rec, I think, did a great job in making recommendations, and I think most keep it certainly in consistency with Mr. Urey's request. So I think it's an excellent project. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so the goal for today is just to provide the Park and Rec Board a little bit more direction based on the surveys and what's being presented. Is there any additional recommendations that you would like to explore with this? I understand we'd like to have some reversal of backs on benches, and I think it is kind of important to have the backless ones there a little bit more so kids can go back and forth, especially if you're going to make it kid-friendly, but that's up to the board to make that decision. Or you can just make any recommendations or support what the Park and Rec has put forward.
I'd like to say that we adopt the recommendations of the Recreation Committee, except maybe have the Recreation Committee and the Beaufort Community Foundation have a discussion about the benches, or let the Community Foundation choose the style of the benches and maybe compromise on the color or something like that.
Okay.
And kind of let them have a little leeway with that. But otherwise, I'm good with the recommendations.
Okay, any other input?
Yeah, I would like to see it. I love Commissioner Gilligan's, about putting a little boat out there. We are by the water, and that would be nice. You know, there, once again, it's not hazardous to any degree, and the child could really play around. I would like that her recommendation be looked into.
Mm-hmm. Let's find out whatever the liabilities might be. I mean, it could be a good idea, and just.
And it could go in Graydon Paul. I mean, it could go like over to the side, Graydon Paul.
It'd have to be anchored, it won't be tipped over. They had one at the community college, and they really had to anchor that one in there.
Yeah, I can look into that.
Okay. All righty. We don't need to make any motions for that. Okay. All righty, so we're going to give those recommendations back to the Park and Rec, and are we comfortable with them going forward with this recommendation? Okay. Would anybody like to make a motion on that, if necessary?
I'd like to make a motion that take the recommendation of that the park committees come up with the necessary input from Commissioner Gilligan and myself about the benches.
Okay. And explore some kind of feature, like a boat or something of that nature. Okay. Any further questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed have the same right. Thank you very much. Great job. Now we're going to have some good news. Matt Zapp is going to bring it to you live and yay. So we're going to have the proposed FY 2027 budget.
A couple of quick things. One, I'm so thrilled to see a full house here this evening, and as a manager, you go through seasons of hills and valleys, and tonight I do have the distinct privilege and honor of presenting, which I think is one of the best budgets that we've put together in quite some time. And before we get into that, Griff, I want to tell you that no apology is necessary. What I wanted to identify in that opportunity to open is our recruitment style is that of a breath from entry level to fully seasoned, and the comfort in that space. I want to applaud you. We saw his personality come through, so we get to see Chief Pendergraft, and we get to see Mr. Barlow in that space. So I share that this evening as a compliment to what we have as a staff, and it's that kind of newness and excitement blended with our seasoned experience that gives you results like we're about to share this evening. So it is my distinct pleasure to present to you the draft budget for 2027 fiscal year. So we have developed a budget that is consistent with the goals and desires of this town board. This budget began well before January of 2026, but it really is where the rubber hit the road in a 2-day planning session. leading up to a historic snowfall. So we had all 4 seasons covered in our 2 days of presentation, and then we rolled into what we would do to prepare for the best weather, the worst weather, and all the things in between. This budget that you're seeing here tonight maintains or improves on public services at every level. And the great news that I want to share is last year we had a decrease in the overall tax rate with our reval of 18 plus cents. And this board has been so consistent about being fiduciarily responsible but delivering what we would consider to be exceptional customer service that we went back to this budget, and despite the Southeast's consumer price index of over 3% of inflationary rates, and we're all feeling it, we're presenting tonight another tax reduction. So the current rate, which was our revenue neutral rate of 28.84 cents based on the valuation for Beaufort, I'm thrilled to see our local press in the front row. I hope my other colleagues have the opportunity to do what we're doing here tonight, but albeit it's not a major change to that tax rate, we are proposing a 28.75 cent tax rate, which is a reduction in the overall Beaufort rate. We had a massive hill to climb. This just in, I'm sure none of our residents are aware, we are doing some construction work within the confines of the city limit. Joke intended. We have been working diligently on water lines that were installed in 1929, sewer lines that were installed in the 50s, and stormwater lines all through that region. So some of our water lines are getting ready to, celebrate their centennial birthday. And with that being said, the town has tackled over $31 million of capital improvements, both in water, sewer, and stormwater work. That undertaking has been large. And despite the fact that we worked hard to get a very low interest rate, we've amortized that over a 40-year repayment period, which is the life cycle of those infrastructure improvements, it still resulted in $750,000 of increased debt service in your water and sewer fund. And over the last 8 years, Beaufort has not adjusted its water rates, has not seen any of an increase. And after having a near 5% or over a $400,000 delta in our water and sewer budget, this group that is at the dais up front and the dedicated and diligent staff that surrounds us in this room, we work to reduce that deficit to $97,000. And the best and most equitable way to share that is with a $1 water rate base increase and a $1 sewer rate base increase. And that will be $24 per year per residential customer if you're in the city limits. And if you divide that by 365 days, that's 6.5 cents a day. And we believe at 6.5 cents a day that that's where we need to be to improve the $31 million worth of work that's occurring in Beaufort. Now, for those of us that may reside outside of the city limit, the structure is set up that it would be a $2 base rate and a $2 water and sewer, because they do pay twice the standard rates, but they don't pay that 28.75 cent tax rate. So it would be approximately 13 cents a day if you're outside the city limit and 6.5 cents a day if you're inside. And I want to pause and say thank you to the mayor, to this team, and thank you for the staff for the amount of work that has gone in for us to present this here tonight. All the while, we've had a growing community. And inside of that, we had a demand for the potential for 2 new full-time positions in the water and sewer utilities. And I want to say thank you to Mr. Donovan Willis and his team, who has determined that they are able to survive with the addition of only 1 FTE. That helped us bring that reduction down. The amount of work that's being produced in our water and sewer team to not only provide daily fresh water and process that sewer for a few pennies per gallon, but they're continuously in the field helping with our contractors to address unforeseen circumstances where water lines are that no one knew that they were, or sewer lines that were misconnected, and they have been providing a lion's share of work and support for our contracting team. This budget as presented also replaces a heavily used public works dump truck, 1 pickup truck, a 1-ton or 350 style vehicle, a forklift, if I'm not mistaken. I want to verify. Mark, what's the age of your forklift? How many years? He's in the back room. I think we're tipping closer to, he's probably hiding. It's coming up on a 4-decade cycle. So we think that the forklift might be due for renewal. And 4 police vehicles who are continuing to help us keep our community safe and keep everyone where they need to be. And on a side note, if you haven't noticed, Beaufort has recently launched its bike patrol for the PD with a certified grant opportunity. So thank you to our officers that are slowing it down and seeing you face to face and are out there cruising around on their bicycles. This also includes the brand new Fund 14. And Fund 14 is for the Beaufort Town docks. And you're going to see where the town used to collect approximately $165,000 a year, there's an opportunity now for us, if we manage the docks and control our costs, that would be 3 and potentially 4 times greater of a return by keeping local control of our town docks. We're very proud of that as well. Speaking of the people that help keep Beaufort running, this includes a 3% cost of living adjustment for our full-time employees consistent with the Consumer Price Index of the Southeast. Here's what it looks like at 100,000 feet. You now are looking at the town of Beaufort with a $25 million budget, of which in the general fund is $15 million. Our stormwater fund remains consistent at $180,000. And I want to point out that over $100,000 of that will go to debt service on all the improvements in the stormwater system. The utilities fund rate at $5.5 million with that slight adjustment of $2 per month per household. Our system development fees, we continue to see large improvements within our tax base, so the development fees are estimated at around $125,000. And then our waterfront fund, this is the new addition that has taken us to the near $25 million mark from our previous number of $20 million. So we're estimating a little over $4.2 million, almost $4.3 million in the waterfront fund for the course of next year. And again, a tax reduction being presented to keep all of this balanced at 28.75 cents. So this is really what's important is where are we on the averages? And so the average town property has seen a major increase, and again, it's just north of $500,000. So your tax bill will remain static or see a slight decrease depending on the value of your home, and that's rated $1,540 a year, around $130 per month for the police services, the full-time fire services, the addition of 2 stations, and how we're running all of our services throughout the community, including all of these: public works, your solid waste, your parks, your water, sewer, stormwater, a full-time town engineer, an administrations team, and a planning and inspections department that also includes code enforcement. So within our policy and our projections, we're indicating that the unassigned fund balance continues to grow and would be near $10 million at 9.6. Our transactions that were projected in this budget cycle between today and the end of the year would be about 2.4 million, and the town's policy is to maintain at least 20% of general fund expenditures exceeding the state's minimums, keeping us north of 3 million. So the estimated unassigned fund balance, which means if a problem arises or a special need arises, the town is in a very strong position with more than $7 million in reserve account funding, which I think is a tremendous accolade or feather in the cap of the councils that have built us this fund balance to make sure that Beaufort is protected both for its day-to-day activities and the event that we have to pre-fund a natural disaster. And I'm not being disrespectful to our representatives at the federal level, but sometimes you need to be prepared to protect yourself immediately following a disaster. And I can stand here with confidence as a gentleman that's been through 11 declared national events that Beaufort is in a strong position to do that. Our next steps are offered to this board and our community that the draft budget will be available for inspection. We'll make sure of that. If there's any changes or needs that this board sees, we'll be happy to work through them. We currently have on the books a scheduled workshop meeting, if the board chooses to have it, on Thursday, May 14th at 4:00 p.m. We also have a workshop meeting on Wednesday, the 20th at 6:00 p.m. We did have a previously scheduled meeting immediately following the Memorial Day holiday that has been canceled. So we have an opportunity on May 14, May 20, and then we will again present very similar data with any adjustments that the board and or public desires on Monday, June 8th at 6 p.m. for consideration of the budget. So at this time, I'll take any questions that the board members have about the proposal, and I would be remiss if I didn't thank our utilities rate analysis team that spent a tremendous amount of deep dive time looking at our utility rates, talking about our capital improvement process, refining and honing where we need to go as a community, and worked extremely hard to bring forward an adjustment that's equivalent to 6.5 cents a day. So thank you for that.
Well, we'd like to thank the staff for all the hard work that they've done. It's just a team effort. And does anybody have any questions about the proposed budget for Matt right now?
I don't have any question, but again, I want to thank Matt for leading us through the proposed budget a few weeks ago. I did have one objection that I think I apologized at the last meeting that I kind of overslept, so I have to accept that. And but once again, with our leadership of Matt Zapp, we are presenting to the town another reduction in your taxes. Thanks, Matt.
Yes, sir.
I just want to thank Matt and the town for all their work on this. Most of us, if not all of us, already met with Matt multiple times and with the town, going over the budget, going line by line of all the items that have been presented within the budget itself. So to me, there's not a lot more to say here in front of the public, just that we appreciate your time, appreciate all the work you've done, all the the utilities, communities, all the departments in the town, going through each item and making sure that there is no fluff, that we really are kind of nail down specifics and essentials that the town needs. So I thank you for all your hard work.
Appreciate it. I would be remiss if I just stood here to say I'm fortunate. I'm the one that gets to deliver the good news, and so I'd like to publicly thank our finance director, Ms. Christy Wood, for all that she does. There were early mornings, long nights, and I think we were here many times, well past 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, just trying to hammer through where we are. And so it is a full circle. We have a very small team of individuals that I think are quite dedicated, and you're seeing those results here tonight. So thank you to Christy.
Commissioner Gilligan?
I want to thank the department staff and leads on making sacrifices, because there were some things in there that they have been asking for a while. And everybody came together and kind of laid down what they were willing to sacrifice and to get to this point, and I really appreciate that. I realize how hard it is.
It is. I think that what's important is we've seen growth economically that is allowing us to make those immediate moves that we need. So you don't want to run a dump truck greater than 20 years. You don't want to do these things. And so this board passed a vehicular policy and improvement policy, and we're trying to adhere to it. And so we're fortunate that we're making good, strong decisions. And so when the board told us what to do, our staff was able to say, these are the things that are minimum criteria for us to meet this level of service. And we're fortunate that we're cash positive enough to do that. But they have been very diligent in trying to pinch every penny, which becomes a nickel, which becomes a dime, that saves us $1. So thank you.
Commissioner Matthews?
Thanks, Matt, and
Yes, sir.
thanks to the staff. You know, it was, I really enjoyed what we worked on the utility fund, and the dive that we took into that was educational for me, and I think we made some very conservative cuts and decisions on where we ended up. When you make decisions to borrow money, you've got to pay for it. So we've done, I think, an excellent job of that. And in the budget in general, I see where there's a lot of decisions that were made to keep it as low as we possibly could and even be able to make a reduction. I've talked several times, I know you and I have, about the possibility in the future, perhaps, to have a smaller committee to take a dive on the overall budget, like we did with the utility budget to some extent, to look at justifying the budget that exists before we even looked at any type of expansion budget. That would be something that would be necessary in the way of time, well before where we are today. You would have to spend some time on that prior to it, but I know you and I have had some discussions on that, and hopefully in the future, perhaps we can take that up. But I think the budget looks great. I have just a couple of additional questions that I can ask you offline, but it looks really good.
Well, thank you. So we try to take a zero-based budgeting approach, and for those in the community, it's not just last year's line was 10,000, this year should be 10.5. It is, what is it that is exactly loaded in that line? What are you doing? Have you cross-checked? We were able to reduce over $250,000 this year in just specific acquisition. And so for us, it's the ability to seek a state bid price, lower than state bid price. It's a delicate balance of trying to be competitive in every time we go out for bid. And so I think that the finance team has done a really good job there. And as we continue, please rest assured that we do have a zero-based budgeting approach, because we treat every penny that comes through this community as it is if our own. And so really proud of the staff, of the craftsmanship and the execution that does occur. And I want you to know that we remain focused on grant acquisition as we go forward. So I think by either a smile on the board members or a nodding of heads, we get a lot of opportunities and recommendations of grant dollars to seek. And this team that's seated in front of you has a very strong knowledge in multiple arenas, and we seek out every dollar that's available to us, in addition to just trying to leverage state appropriations. So we're going to continue to do that and try to have a very fiduciary, responsible approach of a pay-as-we-go opportunity in our community and continue to do it. On that note, if there's no other questions about FY27, we do have a minor suggestion, if you have it, please. We do have a need in FY26, and even though we're only 45 days out from the end of the budget, we want to bring a conversation forward that can help continue to tweak what we have, if that's appropriate, Mayor.
Perfect.
So I think our assistant manager may have some information that we've handed out for BWOOF pertinent to, well, we had cycled an email about changes to our current FY26.
One printout.
Yeah, you have a handout?
Just one printout.
Oh, good. I'll take it. So when we talk about involvement, whether we're talking about how well the Ann Street project for the Ann Street Park went for community engagement, a potential donation in Uri Park, and seeking input, we continue to have our Beaufort Waterfront and Operations Finance Committee guiding and assisting us with our F3 Marina transition. And I stand here today in the first meeting in May. We're 5 months really into that conversation. And for those that may have not been paying attention, we made some adjustments, really swift adjustments, and try to make sure that what we're providing at the Beaufort Town Docks is what our community needs and our surrounding community. And as we got into this conversation a little bit further, at our last workshop meeting, Ms. Lori Meehan, who's our district representative for F3 Marina, presented a budget for FY27. And that did bring up a handful of questions in our current methodology of how we're charging and what we're doing in transient slip pricing. And so tonight, I have an immediate recommendation for this board that was vetted by BWOOF on Friday of last week, and it's some minor adjustments, but those adjustments can be critical to our viability to provide dockage at a fair and reasonable market rate, as well as the ability to get more boaters in, spending their disposable dollars here in Beaufort, which we know when they offload, those dollars are then contributed to all of our businesses and all of our locations across the community. So with that being said, we're bringing forward tonight a recommendation that would be effective beginning May 12th through June 30th, as presented by the BWOOF Committee. The following recommendations are to begin pricing vessels based on the actual length of the vessel, not the length of the slip, excluding the 2-week period surrounding the Big Rock, which traditionally is the 1st of June to the 15th. So that's the only exclusion. So 50 out of 52 weeks, we would be pricing vessels based on actual length of vessel. There's minor adjustments to the current FY26 financed the rate structure chart, which would be $1.95 to $5.75 per foot for any vessel not located on a T-head, and $4.50 to $7.95 per foot for any vessel that would be located on a T-head. And again, the catamarans would be placed in our D dock as they have been, and they would pay for 2 slips, which would be ranging from $2.75 a foot to $5.75 a foot per night, multiplied by 2. All we're talking about is minor adjustments, reducing from the length of slip to vessel length, and the minor low side, so that makes them competitive. And then one thing that we've talked about is we do have the opportunity, now that our fuel tank is in position, our fuel tank is now distributing fuel and we're selling fuel, to be competitive in the market. We would like to model what was previously in place at the docks, that anyone that purchases greater than 500 gallons of diesel fuel, up to 999 gallons, would receive a 5 cent per gallon discount. And if you happen to purchase greater than 1,000 gallons of fuel while you're in slip at the Beaufort Town docks, you'd be eligible up to a 10-cent per gallon discount. And I want to be aware that all of this information was shared with the council electronically on Friday, and we're not just catching them here tonight. But these are the recommendations identified by the BWOOF Committee May 8th, which was Friday, 2026, with your consideration here this evening. These minor adjustments would allow us to be most competitive between today and June 30th. And I'll gladly answer any questions that the board may have.
Commissioner Matthews?
Just one, was there also discussion on the rates going forward after July 1st? I mean, we have what F3 obviously submitted, but how many of those recommendations is BWOOF proposing to move forward into the new rate schedule?
So I'll tell you that the next BWOOF meeting is scheduled for June the 4th, if I'm not mistaken, correct, ma'am? And that all of these would be considered. But I would lean in to tell you that I'm not a voting member, and I would say that many of these numbers may continue forward, but they wanted to do a deep dive market analysis to make sure we're competitive. Because what we found is some of the rigidity in our structure was pricing us out into where we may have been 2 times the cost of our neighboring marina, and we knew that that wasn't the intent. So we're providing the management team with the flexibility to move forward. The direct answer to Commissioner Matthews' question is your BWOOF committee will look at all of the recommendations for FY27 on June the 4th. If there's any adjustments necessary, we can deal with those either on June 8th, or we can also pass our fee structure and our schedule at our latter meetings in June as well. So we have plenty of time between today and the June 30th timeline to get any of those adjustments into the FY27, which would begin July 1st and run us through June 30th of next year. That's inclusive of commercial operations and
Okay.
things like that.
And I know Lori had the same question I did, basically on the Big Rock, and you've answered that question. Did F3 have any other comments in the way of any issues that would be caused by the adjustments if we put those in place now?
No, sir. And what's important about that is we were very clear on Friday while we had F3 in the room and on Zoom to make sure that it wouldn't be negative to operations and would be considered positive to operations. And partially what we're here to do is to balance a maximization of cash flow as well as serving the community. So the example that we gave is if our target is 4.2 million and we bring in 4.2 million and yay, but if we'd have brought in 4.1 million but had more boats at 4.1 million, would the disposable transition of cash in the community potentially be more positive? And the true answer to that is yes. And so the other piece that's really critical is the town had a fixed structure in the past for 47 seasons where it got a base monthly rent and upwards of $65,000 for dredging. Now we have an opportunity to do tremendously better than that by serving as the operators in that space. So we want to make sure that the community is aware that we're trying to balance all the needs of our business operators, our local boaters, and the access, as well as the ability to look at the economic development impact of the marina as a whole. So the short answer to your question is we believe that there would be only positive impact between today and June 30th, and this will also give us an opportunity to share that feedback with you over the next 45 days. And then the bigger conversation is you'll see the improvements currently occurring down at the marina, and we're able to fund those with the cash flow. And so the current project is in the commercial dock area. We've already shored up where the lookout was placing people, and we're now making our way down. You'll see new fencing coming in. All of these are safety-related issues, ADA compliance, as well as cosmetics. So I hope that answers the question. We want it to be a positive impact and not a negative.
Commissioner Piccolo?
I think a lot of the questions that I was going to ask have been kind of asked. But I do want to say that I have spoken to some BWOOF committee members, and I agree. I think the previous rates that were set were probably too high, and there's probably been negative sentiment for the town. I think, as we move forward, and this is a work in progress, right? The town's just coming in, and we're new to this, and we're kind of figuring out how we're going to move forward and what rates are going to be and what's going to work. And there may be even other things that maybe the town can do, because we're going to need to kind of lure people back. We're going to need to kind of say and put out that olive branch to say, we need you back. We'd like to see more traffic here, and maybe even having local discounts or some type of activity like that. And hopefully we can get the word out with social media and the website that we have to get the town and get the transients aware of this. So.
Yes, sir.
You want to have a comment?
Question, but I do have a comment unless anybody else has more questions. I just wanted to say a big, big thank you to our BWOOF committee and to F3. This is a transition, and we are doing it without any previous numbers, and I think we're doing a great job, and I just want to really say thank you. Our BWOOF continues to impress. They've been working on this almost 2 years now, I think, and we just are really fortunate to have their input and their expertise, and really fortunate to have F3 here as well, so I just want to say thank you.
I think the other thing to share is during the Big Rock, we're nearly at capacity, so I think there may be 3 opportunities left. And in addition to that, we are geared up to deliver fuel to all of those anglers as needed during that process. And so we're very thankful for how the western parking lot has turned out, how clean it looks, how amazing the improvements that the Public Works team has done in partnership with F3. And this is one of the random things you do as a manager, but you really grade yourself based on doing the small things right. And I want to publicly thank Mark Eakes and his cleaning team. If you've had a chance to visit any of our public restroom facilities, they have been spotless. And in leadership, you understand that when you do the small things well, those big things tend to come forward. So again, thank you to everyone on staff, from the top to bottom to left to right. We are trying to provide, as we talked about a year ago, more of a Disney-like experience here in Beaufort. And we know we're special, we know we're different, and we're just trying to work through these minor details. So this adjustment tonight is another good example of that.
All right, any further questions or comments? All righty.
I just have actually one overall comment about the budget. Thank you again for the presentation of this. I just want to, I think it was said, but just say to the community again, the budget is available for inspection, and we really do encourage people until our next meeting, the June 8th meeting, where there'll be the public hearing on the budget. You know, everybody in this town can go and inspect the budget and see all the great work we've done, and we really encourage feedback.
So on that note, Commissioner, we'll make our draft budget available both electronically and in hard copy. And if anyone needs anything, our goal is to make sure that anyone that contributes or is a part of our tax process to have any of their questions that they need answered. We have it in a very simple overview in a managerial letter, but both Ms. Christie Wood and I would help answer any questions that the public does have.
Well, thank you for having that open door policy. Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Matthews.
Just a question. I know tentatively we had those meetings scheduled. Are we maintaining those meetings, or are we making adjustments in those? Do we need all of those meetings?
Unless the board decides they really don't need to have those meetings, we can just meet on the June 8th. But that's going to be up to the discretion of the board if you feel like
Are any
you've
of
got
the
everything.
meetings needed for public comment at all, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll probably have to have, I would imagine.
Well,
probably
let me, I don't mean to interrupt you,
Yeah.
but those are your meetings. Your public comment period and experience and opportunity is scheduled for June 8th. This was really if we were still wrestling like we were last year with a tax rate or pieces of equipment or use of capital funding. At this point, if the board is pleased with the tax rate reduction and where we are, that's completely up to you. But if you have any more questions of conversation that would be in the public forum, and again, I want to stress that this team, our finance director, our assistant manager, has met with every single person. We've tried to push those costs down. If there's anything that we have missed or anything you would like added or deleted from the budget, we would entertain that. But I'm not saying that we don't need them, but you wouldn't gain public input on the 14th or 20th. Your public opportunity for input would be when you present the actual final draft budget on June 8th. This is your preliminary.
I would like to see those 2 dates, the 14th and the 20th, remain as they are.
Okay.
And I'm more than comfortable just having one of those dates if we need them. I mean, I'm comfortable with the budget. I have just a few questions that I know Matt and I will go back and forth with that. I mean, would it be a compromise just to have the Wednesday, May 20th meeting?
If we're going to have just one meeting, I would prefer to have it this week, May 14th, to follow up.
And I'm just the opposite, but it's just, I have a conflict with Thursday, so.
Well, I don't have childcare yet for May 20th, so
We're looking for sitters.
that's right.
All right, so it looks like, let's go ahead and make a consensus on this, and we can go to a vote on it. How many people are up for maintaining May the 14th as a consensus? Okay, we've got 3. How many people are up for maintaining May the 20th and not doing the 14th?
Yeah, that day works better.
2. Okay. So it looks like the May 14th, just doing a hand vote out of consensus seemed to be able to work for the majority of the board. And that means that you wouldn't really need the May 20th,
That'll be fine.
okay? But we also have one who wants to do both. So, that's you.
No, I just said it would be fine. I mean, I go with, I go with,
Just the 14th?
I can go, yeah.
Okay.
Unless when we get in that 14, something changed, then we go to 20 as well.
Consensus good, or do we need to do a vote? I would take a vote. All right. So can I get a motion to hold just the May 14th at 4 PM budget meeting?
So moved.
Got a motion for May 14th. Please raise your hand if you are in favor of May 14th, instead of saying aye, because I can't see it. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we've got 3, and those opposed, we've got 2. So the motion carries for May 14th. Do we need to do anything else? I think we're good with that. All right,
Do we need a motion for the proposed recommendations from the BWOF committee?
We do.
yes.
I think we would like to, if you feel comfortable, if you need to wait till the 14th, you can do that as well. But we would like to make those adjustments effective May 12th if possible.
Okay, so it's sooner than better.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
fine
so
with
can
it.
I get a motion to approve the recommendations from the BWOF committee?
So move.
Got a motion on the floor. Any further questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed have the same right? Okay, we're good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And the press is here, and so if you want, we can provide you this electronically, so you'll have it, and we'll have it in your inbox tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay. Now we're going to move on to, and I'll wait for you to get to your seat. We have 2 quasi judicial proceedings. The first one is case number 2606, which is a special use permit for the Minuteman gas station at 110 Town Drive. And can I get a motion to open the evidentiary hearing to hear this case?
So move.
Got a motion on the floor. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed have the same right. Thank you. Now, this is a hearing that is a quasi-judicial evidentiary hearing, which means it is conducted similarly to a court proceeding. State law establishes specific procedures and standards that the Board of Commissioners must follow in making its decisions. The board must base its decision upon competent, material, and substantial evidence presented during this hearing. A quasi-judicial decision is constrained by the standards contained in the town's land development ordinance and must be based on the facts presented in the record. All applications for special use permit must comply with the land development ordinance for the town of Beaufort, whether the special use is appropriate in the proposed location. If you are speaking tonight, please focus on your comments on the facts, the evidence, and the ordinance and the standards, rather than personal preference or opinion. The Board of Commissioners shall hear relevant information from parties with standing as set forth in the North Carolina General Statute 160D-406 and 160D-1402. Individuals who are not parties with standing may still be permitted to provide competent, material, and substantial evidence at the discretion of the board, provide this information is relevant and not repetitive. Parties may appear in person and through an attorney or through an authorized representative. Parties may present evidence, call witnesses, ask questions permitted under the procedure, and make legal argument. The Board of Commissioners, acting through the mayor, may subpoena witnesses and compel the production of evidence. For certain topics, the board may hear expert opinion testimony. Individuals providing expert testimony must establish their qualification and explain the factual basis for their opinion. So witnesses providing testimony must swear and affirm to their testimony before speaking. So at this time, I would like to invite anybody who wishes to add any additional comments as an additional witness to this particular case. If you please rise, come up, state your name so that we can record you. Yes.
You swear or affirm that the evidence you shall give to the board in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Okay. We do need to get their names.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, I'd like to ask the board if they may have had any ex parte communications or any conflict of interest or a bias or any reason that would prevent them to provide a fair and impartial consideration in this matter. If so, please disclose it now. Seeing that there is none, we're going to move on. So at this point in time, we're going to hear from the town staff to present an overview of the case and formally enter the preliminary materials and exhibits into record.
Good evening, Mayor, Board. Tonight I bring to you staff's report for the special use permit for a request for a Minuteman gas station at 110 Towns Drive. This newly addressed property at 110 Towns Drive is located at the northern corner of Towns Drive and Live Oak Street. This is south of Riolo and Food Lion and across the street from Slicks. Towns Drive is the newly paved town street that provides access to the new townhouse development to the west of the subject property. This site is within the general business B1 zoning district, which allows for gas stations as special uses. The convenience store, restaurant, and car wash components of the proposed development are permitted uses by right. The neighboring properties along Live Oak and across the street are also B1. The townhouse property to the west is zoned TCA to accommodate that multifamily development. The future land use classification for this property and adjacent properties is commercial center. This future land use includes areas like the adjacent shopping center with Food Lion, shopping center with Roses, and the shopping center with Beaufort Hardware. It's characterized as an intensive commercial area that serves the larger region. So let's dive in on the proposed development. This Minuteman gas station is comprised of several components. The retail store building, which includes the fast food restaurant, with both inside seating and a drive-through. No outdoor seating is proposed in this application, which would be an additional special use permit. We do not know the fast food tenant yet. There's a fuel island canopy. We do not know the gas company tenant yet. And the tunnel drive-through car wash. There are several site features necessary to achieve these uses. Parking lot with 26 parking spaces, a single ingress and egress point, and sufficient circulation area to accommodate the large trucks delivering fuel and goods. Several types of landscaping, including a type A buffer along the property line between the gas station and the townhouse development, as well as interior parking lot landscaping and landscaping around the stormwater pond. Significant portion of the property is left undisturbed and vegetated in the northern corner between the townhouses and Food Lion. A stormwater pond is present with associated grading to meet the state permit requirements, which are more stringent for this project due to the half-mile proximity to high-quality waters. A sign near the corner of Live Oak and Towns, dumpsters and solid fencing, screen and gate towards the back, wall and pole-mounted lighting, and a lengthened right turn lane on Live Oak to meet NCDOT's requirements for additional traffic turning onto Towns Drive. This site plan sheet shows the utilities as well as the turn lane extension as directed by DOT, who was consulted while making these plans, even though the project does not access on Live Oak and does not require a driveway permit for it. This is the grading plan to show the stormwater pond. I'll note that the stormwater and sedimentation and erosion control permits are state permits. The developer consulted with DEQ while creating this plan. Our town engineer has reviewed these plans and is in attendance for questions regarding stormwater grading, utilities, and streets if the town on the town side of things if the board requires. This is a screenshot of the photometric and lighting plan. It's easier to see when you zoom in on a computer screen, which I hope you had the opportunity to do. As you can imagine, the brightest part of this development is directly under the fuel canopy island. In relation to the adjacent townhouses, this bright lighting in the 40s of foot candles under the canopy is largely blocked by the building and dissipates to about 0.5 at the property line between the two uses. And the light poles at the back of the property are necessary for employees to safely access the dumpsters at the back of the structure. The light further darkens to about 0.1 foot candles once it reaches the area where the townhouses are built, about 25 to 30 feet off the property line. And this will be further obscured by landscaping and fencing once the landscaping is fully grown. For reference, that bright light under the canopy is what you would think of for a well-lit gas station. 0.5 is a typical lighting limit at residential property lines, though our ordinance doesn't currently have one. And 0.1 is a clear night with a full moon. The developer has provided building elevations of a similar product established in another community to show an example of what the building would look like and what materials would be used. Detailed elevations for the actual building aren't required until they submit plans for building permit review, so the location of windows and doors will differ from what is shown here. The planning board's review of this item was originally scheduled for March 16th, but we had to cancel that meeting day of due to inclement weather, so it was switched to the April 20th planning board meeting. With over a month to review the agenda item and extensive discussion during the meeting, the planning board unanimously recommended that the Board of Commissioners, quote, approve the site plan given the applicant considers some large trees in the front, a black vinyl coated fence, and the maintenance plan for the landscape and pond area, end quote. As reviewed in the staff report, the first consideration of street trees along Live Oak was reviewed in staff's initial review of the project application, but determined to be infeasible due to the location of power lines in the area. The applicant provided this hatched outline of the buffer areas where Duke Progress Energy prohibits large trees. In fact, that's why the stormwater pond perimeter landscaping in this area provides a greater number of small trees versus a smaller number of large or medium trees. Not only is there no room for street trees due to the power lines, but the on-site landscaping that's required had to be adjusted as well. With regard to the second requested item, the black vinyl coated fence is already a requirement in our ordinance and is detailed on the proposed site plans. The third item, maintenance plan for landscape and pond area, is largely dictated by the state's operation and maintenance requirements for stormwater control measures like wet ponds. The remainder of landscaping is subject to installation and maintenance requirements in the town's LDO and nuisance regulations. In summary, the items recommended by the planning board were considered during staff's initial review of the application. The general statutes guide required notification processes for public hearings, which are reflected in our ordinance. On April 24th, 17 days prior to tonight's quasi-judicial evidentiary hearing, a sign was posted on the subject property, and letters were sent to property owners of record for parcels abutting the subject property, including those across the street. Same day. An ad for tonight's public hearings ran in the newspaper on April 29th and May 6th, 12 and 5 days prior, respectively. In order for a special use permit to be granted, specific required findings must be met. So this is a list of requirements against which to measure a special use permit request. I offered to submit the exhibits found in the agenda packet and this presentation into evidence and answer any questions the board may have for staff at this time.
All right, before we move on to the applicant, do we have any questions for the staff?
Sure.
Commissioner Cooper?
I'm appreciative of the work that you guys, do. And I want to thank you for that great presentation. But I'm finding it difficult to, not only for this project, but for any other, like the judiciary, where that, or planning board, they had 2 months of this. And number 2, there, the board shall make its finding based on competent material and substantial evidence as described in General Statute 160. So you're looking for a decision from this board that get information on May 6th when we were sent the agenda. And you want us to make a decision?
Yes.
Not. I find it difficult, I find it hard that we get X amount of time, and by the way, I was gone for a week doing learning things for the town and hearing various lectures such as the mayor made and our town manager. And then, so that doesn't really give me the time to research and take a look at what I consider to be a very important decision for this town. There's no doubt we need another station. But I would like more time to ponder it than just a few days. We're a planning board, and I'm not trying to take anything away from the planning board at all. But they had 2 months. And we're only getting less than five days.
Do you have any questions for her at all? Other than that? All righty.
Oh, yeah, I do have a question. I do have a question. Did I hear you say that we don't have a light ordinance for this particular, that would fall in for this station?
That specifies foot candles at residential property lines, no.
No,
That
we
is
don't.
something that we're working on in the UDO if we're able to move forward with that section.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Spiegler.
Thank you, Michelle. And I think we have heard over and over again in the community that we need a second gas station. So this is good to see this. So just to confirm, this parcel is not within the 100 or the 500-year floodplain. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so seemingly probably a good location for a facility, a critical facility such as a gas station, I would think. Just curious, I know Tiller School is a little bit down the road, but were there considerations for, and I know anything that goes in there, there's going to be traffic impacts. We do have those traffic challenges, as we all know, when school starts and ends there. Do you think there's going to be, the way that it's set up, will there be additional traffic impacts, or is that going to be controlled with the way it's designed?
I'm not sure that I could speak to that, but the applicant's engineer had conversations with DOT, so they may be able to elaborate on that.
And then just one more question. I did see in the packet that at this time there is not a recommendation to put sidewalks in because DOT would be the ones responsible for that later. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, we do expect a larger project on Live Oak that would include access management and bike ped facilities.
Do we have an anticipation of how far in the future that might be?
Good
Or
question.
you can't say?
Well, right now, DOT has that slated for preliminary engineering, so that's the first step. And then it would move forward for right-of-way acquisition and construction, but that's a good number of years out.
So it wouldn't make sense to just go ahead and put some sidewalks in right now so that people can use them in the meantime before that happens?
It could, without knowing what DOT's timeline is, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Matthews.
I just have a couple of questions, and you may be deferring some of that to the applicant. First of all, the car wash itself and the location of the car wash, was that discussed at all in the planning meeting, and the buffering between the car wash operation and the residential community behind it?
The location of the car wash was not discussed. It's just a site design choice they had.
And what is, if you could, can you describe what that buffering is between the car wash and where those townhouses are going to be located or are located?
Absolutely. So type A buffer is our most opaque buffer that we require. It's between 10 and 20 feet of depth and has a good number of trees and shrubs. And if the depth is reduced, a 6-foot tall opaque fence is required, and that's what they've got shown here. With considerable grading, the fence is actually on the top of the slope, with the landscaping coming down the slope. So the landscaping, the pretty side, will be on the townhouse side of that fence, with the fence being higher up, which is going to help with some of that lighting.
So the total height between the fence and what you're calling, I guess, the berm in the back would be how high?
I believe I looked at the fence being on about the 15-foot elevation, so plus 6 feet, 21 feet.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
And
sir.
then secondly, you mentioned that DOT was doing some additional work and adjustment on Live Oak.
They have a project identified, and Kyle may be able to speak further on what that project is going to look like timeline-wise.
Okay.
But it would basically be from the roundabout work to the to Highway 70 and some access management and improvement on the roadway.
And DOT was consulted on the project. Was there any concerns in the way of the entrance on the new road going into the townhomes versus a direct entrance into the facility off of Live Oak?
Not that I heard, but I'll let the applicant speak to that and what their conversations with DOT were.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Piccolo?
Yeah, thanks for coming, thanks for presenting, Michelle, appreciate that. Can you speak to that vegetative portion that's being preserved on the back portion of the property between the gas station and the townhomes? They're leaving, I guess, existing trees that are there, or are there any, what specifically is being left behind?
Yes, so we can see it's on the right side of this site plan. There's a little scalloped line that kind of goes up that side, and we've got a triangle with nothing shown inside it. That's where they're showing, limits of disturbance, no grading, no change in vegetation. So all of that is going to be left as it is currently. They're not going to do any work in that area, so they're showing that as retained vegetation.
Okay.
And what is the width of that buffer, Michelle?
The buffer that's required is only on that top, on this top part, and that's the type A buffer, the 10 to 20 foot buffer. So no buffer is required on the commercial side.
But the existing vegetation that they're going to leave, do you know about approximately?
Further than 20 feet.
Okay. Because the larger the buffer you leave, the more likely it is that more of the trees will remain past 5 years.
Yes.
Any additional questions?
Yes, many more. So the concern also is for the lighting. Obviously, we've got one, try at this here, and the town does not have a lighting ordinance. I wanted to make sure that we basically get this right with lighting. I'd like to see dimming. I don't know if the town is able to, probably in our permitting and so forth, allow for dimming during non-peak hours so that can be instituted in the back, because we don't want there to be adverse, lighting that's basically brought to the community. The fact that we're getting down to 0.1 candle target rate on the residential property line is very important, but I do think we need to make sure we have that dimming after peak hours if the station's not, 24 hours, the traffic stops late at night. I'd also like to see shielding or house shielding on the side of the building facing the back, because I would imagine that there'll be lighting in the back portion of the property. Because are we talking about 0.1 candlelight hours from the canopy, or are we talking about 0.1 candlelight rating from the back lighting that's at the back of the property? Because you're going to have trucks ingressing and egressing from the back of the property doing deliveries. So I'd imagine there's going to be quite a bit of lighting back there. And I don't know if that lighting is downward lighting or if we have horizontal lighting, but we want to make sure we have downward lighting to not affect the property line. So that would be another recommendation as well. Another thing I'd like to see, and we didn't talk about at all, is the signage. Whether the front sign, there's a specific location of the sign on the design, but we don't have any information regarding the sign for the property. And we've had issues, or at least as long as I've lived here, where CVS has come in and just put this enormous sign in place, and, it's great and all, but I think having a more professional or maybe monument-looking sign would be maybe more appealing at roadside, and maybe that's something that we can work with or recommend as well. Like I said, I'd want to make sure that we're not creating an issue with noise also. Delivery, I think delivery times may need to be addressed as well in the back, so that the residential property owners can basically be assured that deliveries are done during a certain period of time, which, maybe, 7 or 8 a.m. in the morning. We can decide as a board to not allow that commercial traffic, because there will be unloading and loading from the mini market in the back. So I think that may also be something we want to kind of address, to be sensitive to the residents back there. So those are the specifics I have in mind.
Okay. Commissioner Gilligan.
Yeah, my questions were also related to lighting, and I'm not a lighting specialist. I know that, John Flowers was in the room earlier. I know, there he is, right there in front of me, the lighting guru. I always think about lighting when I think about you, John. I would like it to be as conservative as possible, and I don't know what that looks like, honestly, because I'm not an expert in that, but I want it to be as conservative as possible, and I don't want it to be intrusive to those residential folks, but I want it to also be safe for the employees, whether it involves dimming or motion lights or whatever it may be. And I also wanted to ask you, how long do we have, or at what points in this process are we still going to be able to influence something like a lighting plan?
Good question. At this point, we're looking at the use and the site plan and everything. That's not to say that if there's a lighting issue in the future that they wouldn't be receptive to fix it, or if there's a true nuisance issue, we couldn't go for enforcement. There are, ways to address things outside of the special use permit process.
Yeah, I wish I could name a particular lighting scheme that I would like this to go by, but I just know that I want it to be conservative. I wish I had the information right now, and I just want us to have enough control over the lighting plan and the noise so that we don't impact the neighbors.
We can address that with the applicant when it's their turn to come up.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think
Yeah.
speaking with the applicant probably has some experience with this and maybe be able to help.
Okay.
Any further questions for Michelle? Don't go too far, but thank you, Michelle. Now I'd like to take the opportunity to invite the applicant or their representative to come on up. And welcome.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jessica Bowers. I'm an attorney here for Retson Companies. Retson represents both the owner and the buyer as attorney in fact. We also, I believe, have a representative of the owner here as well. I won't make you talk, but you can raise your hand. There you go.
Okay.
Very briefly, I just wanted to point out that you have seen the findings of your UDO, Section 20, Subpart E. I believe it's subparts A through H. It's our intent tonight to demonstrate competent material and substantial evidence that all of these items have in fact been proven. We do welcome your questions along the way. I probably will not be able to answer most of them, so I'm going to point to a gentleman who's come with me. Behind me, I have Greg Stewart. He's a representative of Retson. He's a development manager. This gentleman over here, hand up, is Matthew Hastings. He's our licensed professional engineer, who's our engineer of record for this project. Again, if you have questions, I'm not asking you to hold them. Feel free to ask them when they come up, so that way hopefully we can inform as well as possible. I will be asking Greg here to speak specifically to finding number A, 20EA, that the proposed use is an allowable special use in the zoning district and it is being located in. Also, that the application is complete. Subpart E as well, that the proposed special use will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting properties. Subpart F, the proposed special use will be compatible and in harmony with adjoining land uses and the development patterns of the immediate area. And then finally, subpart G, The proposed use will not materially endanger the public health or safety of the community if located where proposed and developed according to the submitted and approved plan. Now, I have heard issues come up already pertaining to lighting, signage, buffering, noise, and delivery times. If we miss something on that list, feel free to remind us as Greg is speaking, and we'll do our best to answer those questions. I want to be awkwardly out of the way so you can hear more from Greg. So I am going to prompt him with questions along the way.
I
Is there
think
an extra-
one more to add would be traffic too, I think.
Traffic, thank you.
Okay.
Do you mind if I perch right there beside you? Okay, thank
And
you.
that would be subsection D. I didn't hear
And
that.
just to confirm, I thought that I heard you introduce exhibits A through H into the record. Were those accepted? Can there be a motion to accept these exhibits into the record?
Mayor, it would be appropriate for the board to accept the
What
staff
she-
report and
staff
exhibits
report,
into the,
yes.
into the record.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Hi, Greg Stewart, developer for Ritz and Companies, on here behalf of 4C and Miss Gay. As my wife would say, I'm not an expert at anything, so I'll do my best to answer any questions. I can tell you I've been involved in this process now with this landowner, this site, for the better half of 9 months. I've been involved in every conversation with planning staff. Miss Michelle, you guys have a very good planning staff here. She's very thorough. I do this a lot in different municipalities, and as far as a special use permit, this packet has more information than other municipalities generally have to make a decision. So whatever decision you come up with tonight, I can rest assured that it will be an educated one, and I've provided as much information to you as I possibly can. With that in mind, I'll speak to just a couple of the items, and again, I am a little old school when it comes to my presentation, so I'll do my best to stay within the quasi-judicial nature, and if I get out of line, please feel free to stop me. First is required finding A. Did you want to? We believe that this proposed use is allowed as a special use per the ordinance. We believe we meet that criteria, as Ms. Michelle also mentioned. B, our application went through a TRC meeting to which we reviewed the application, we updated it, we actually submitted it 3 different times. So in our opinion, we meet application B. Let's do that.
Which portions of the project are actually allowed as of right?
Yeah, absolutely. So the special use permit is required for a gas station convenience store. The car wash and the restaurant are by right uses in the B1 zoning. Sorry, I apologize. C, the location and character of the use will be in conformity with the town's comprehensive and land use plan. I don't know if who's got, can I use this clicker?
Mr. Hastings is going to speak to that one
Oh,
specifically.
okay, great. So we'll move on to E. The proposed use will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting properties. I've already heard it's come up, the townhomes behind it. I can tell you that we have taken,
Is it possible to move to the vicinity map? Can you do that?
technology, come on. That's perfect. Don't go back here. So, just for clarity, if you notice the white with the dotted spots are the commercial uses in that area. And as you notice, our parcel, our proposed parcel is zoned commercial, so is the neighboring parcel to the left or west, along with the Food Lion and the, I'm blanking on the name of the store on the right side there, but a lot of commercial uses and a commercial corridor down Towns Drive. So it's very a commercially heavy corridor that we feel like we fit into and meet the criteria for compatibility to the emerging area.
Before you move on, could you speak to the history of the townhome?
Absolutely. So the parcel behind it that the townhomes is on has a very complex history. Some of you may or may not be aware of it. Originally, that parcel was zoned commercial, and it was actually owned by our seller. So the parcel that the townhomes is currently on was currently in the land use plan as a commercially zoned property. Our seller then sold that property, and it was going through a PUD that then changed that to a mixed-use project, which my understanding was a daycare along with townhomes. That project was then sold to another developer, then they rezoned it again to the TCA project. So that zoning, although TCA, that was the change from the original plan of the zoning. Our client, our owner, always believed this area's best and highest use was commercial because of its location. So I did want to bring that history onto record. I would also say that if you look in your ordinance, a TCA zoning, when you develop a TCA zoning, it is required for a type A buffer, which Ms. Michelle adequately identified as large trees and a fence. The developer of the townhomes, your ordinance in the next section allows for, if a lot is undisturbed, to allow for the second developer that comes in after the fact to be responsible for that buffering. So I guess the point I would be trying to raise is that when the townhomes went to develop, if they had buffering or any types of concerns, they could have very easily put in a buffer, knowing it's a commercial lot, knowing development is coming to this area. They had the opportunity to put in their own buffer. Now, we're meeting ordinance in our efforts as required to make the type A buffer from TC to commercial. But the townhome developer, I would like on record, did have the opportunity, if they had any concerns with any commercial development, whether it be a gas station or anything else, to put in their own buffering at that time, and they chose not to. They chose to allow the ordinance and the future developer to be able to judge whether the appropriateness of that buffer. I will say in conversations, there are some things that we can get to this later, not the negotiation portion of it, but the back and forth of things that we can do to help with that. There's been lighting mentioned, there's been other buffering that's been mentioned, so there are some strategies that are cost efficient that we're happy to oblige and come to common terms, but I did want to make that a part of the public record.
I'd like for you to go ahead and move on to subpart F. Subpart F. It's okay. The proposed special use will be compatible and in harmony with adjoining land uses and the development patterns of the immediate area.
Yeah, very similar. The commercial corridor, as you can see, white and black polka dots, we are in harmony with all the different uses on that commercial corridor.
Have you had an opportunity to look at the future land use map with this particular area identified as commercial center? Is that correct?
That is correct.
I believe that this was mentioned by one of the commissioners here, but is it your understanding that there's only the gas station in this area?
That is my understanding, yes.
So would it be helpful to say that if another gas station were allowed in this area, that it might actually increase the value of the area?
I would say that, yes, but I'm, again, not an expert as far as real estate. That would be my professional opinion.
And subpart G, if you will take a look at that, let me know if you've had an opportunity to review that portion of the ordinance.
The proposed use will not materially endanger the public health or safety of the community if located where proposed and developed according to the submitted and approved plan. We believe that it will not. We believe that this gas station actually serves a very high need in the community. We've received a lot of positive feedback from the community, both online and in general passings, but we do not believe that it poses any material danger.
Could you please explain where the access point will be to enter the gas station, utilizing the map?
Yes, ma'am. So this was a question you had, and I'll allow my engineer to speak to the NCDOT communications as he led that effort. But the access is now on Towns Drive, which is, as you can see, located to the rear. For those of you who know NCDOT and their manual, they want an access point to be as far away from the another access point as possible. So pushing it further down towards Town Drive was towards Live Oak. Is going to be an NCDOT concern because then you get people again, not an engineer, hold on, I'll let him speak to that. But it is located on Towns Drive there. And just another point of record, Towns Drive was actually installed by the town at the sale of this parcel along with that turn lane as a part of the first contractual start. So even then, the town realized that there would be commercial traffic on that road because they acknowledged that in their original purchase.
And did you assist in the preparation of this application?
I did, yes.
And was everything that was stated within the application that's appended as Exhibit D, is it truthful and correct?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
could you take an opportunity to address some questions that we've heard, or at least some suggested topics that we've heard as potential concerns here with the commissioners?
Sure. First, we'll go with lighting. I guess we'll rattle them off, and I don't have my list in front of me. So when we were asked to present our lighting plan, we presented our clients. Oh, here they are here. You get them in order, too. Are there stereotypical or lighting planned? We're happy to make any modifications. I will tell you there's a balance there, and I'm not here to educate anyone, but the balance of safety for those that are taking stuff to the dumpster, also safety and lighting for being able to see for people driving through there. Yes, they have headlights, but again, well-lit areas, I think there's a common balance there from timing. I do know you guys have an ordinance, in your ordinance, and Ms. Michelle, educate me a little bit. With noise, there's a certain parameter, I believe it's 5 a.m. to 10 p.m., or there's a window there to where you're expecting more noise and light in all commercial settings. So maybe it's I think what Commissioner, I'm going to butcher your last name, I apologize, sorry, mentioned of maybe some designated hours in which they're dimly lit. There are mechanisms we can do that. The challenge for this board and for myself is going to be what actual candle lit that we agree to, did it being dim to. I think that's something in the past we've worked with the staff, acknowledging that we'll work through that, and then it's kind of a give and take there. I mean, we're going to be a part of the community, hopefully, so we want to be good neighbors. So I think there's definitely some room for collaboration in that aspect. I will tell you with lighting, most of the lighting is at the canopy, which is why it's informed our design. We did not want the canopy. We want the canopy as far away from the residential parcel, which is why we put it where it's at. My engineer can speak to the design and the stormwater and why it's up front, because that was a question that planning board had. But lighting was heavily considered. Anytime we get next to a residential property, lighting is heavily considered in all of our commercial developments.
And what are your hours of operation? I don't know if that's on your checklist. Ms. Bauer, is that on his checklist to answer? The hours of operation?
I can have it on my, so yes, okay. Our client has different metrics for hours of operations. I will tell you the standardized answer that I've been trained to give for a lot of different ones is whatever the UDO requires. Obviously, a commercial business that wants to make money wants to stay open as much as possible. Do you know off the top of your head? I go through so many UDOs. No required? Yeah, so I can tell you generally our client opens up to start out with a 24-hour model. And then based on the sales, based on the uses, based on their metrics, they will then dial it back to if they're not getting the traffic during that time, they would then dial it back for staffing and other purposes. So if they allow to answer your question directly, if they allow for 24 hours, our client would prefer 24 hours. Mm-hmm. But again, that's not something that we haven't discussed in the past.
Okay.
Oh, my turn again. Buffering. As I said, the Type A buffering is the most extensive buffering the UDO requires. Currently, and I won't bore you with the tree types or even attempt to try and guess at them because they change from different UDOs. But the 6-foot fence, I think, is the important thing. I can make this before even the negotiations start. We're happy to raise that to an 8-foot fence. I know that. What were the dimensions that we came up with as far as heighting, Ms. Michelle? It was. We had it at 21 feet. 23 is where the 8-foot fence was. Top of the 6-foot fence. That was my engineer, sorry. He can testify to that. But the top of the 6-foot fence would be at 23. So now if you add 2 feet to that, that's 25 feet. With our final floor elevation of the store being 17, that's now what? Someone do some math. That's 8 feet. If you're worried about car lights, what are they usually 4 feet off the ground? They're not. The fence and the landscaping or be adequate to shield those from the neighboring parcel owners. Okay. But I'm happy to make the condition for the 8-foot fence currently. And if there's, again, not to get too far into the weeds, but we are also happy to come to some type of agreement with the neighboring parcel owner if they would like to see enhanced landscaping, that provide them some type of landscaping easement to where they can come if they do not feel the landscaping is adequate for the UDO to plant their own landscaping and come up with a maintenance agreement. So we're happy to work with the neighboring parcel owner as well. Is that noise? Very similarly, I can tell you the noise is going to be similar to lights. It's going to be affected by the time of day. The car wash generally is on a timer and it works with the pumps. We are happy if there's concerns about the car wash running later at night. We are happy to discuss limited hours there. That's something we've done in the past. Again, happy to address any concerns that you do have. I just need to know exactly what they are so that I can make a educated response as to, in my opinion, the best way to address them.
All righty.
Can you speak, you submitted an entire section on lighting with lots of numbers and parameters, and it's kind of difficult to understand really what this is. I would imagine the Scottsdale Legacy CRUS is the canopy lighting, and that's what we're talking about when we're talking about getting to 0.1 candlelight intensity at the property line from those lights, correct?
So you're a little bit out of my depth there.
Okay.
If I'm trying to be an expert, I can ask my engineer to speak to it. Lighting plans are created by professionals for me, so that is not something I want to speak intelligently about. I will tell you that we provided the fixtures that our clients use, and our client uses dark sky compliant fixtures, which is the point you made. They do not shoot light horizontally. They attempt to guard all light towards the ground.
Okay.
That's as far as my expertise in lighting plans will go. But I'm happy to have my engineer, if you can. I don't know that I have the person here to speak professionally about the lighting plans as far as if you have any expert questions about it.
Okay.
And do you know if they're at like 5,000 or 3,000, like warm lighting versus the white lighting? You have any?
I do know that we use warm lighting.
Warm lighting.
Yes, sir.
And around 3,000?
That is, again, as an expert, I wary on perjury there because I would not be an expert to that. I'm happy to provide Ms. Michelle that information, again, as a conversation about the lighting and what that looks like.
Okay. And as far as noise, I would imagine you've done this in other communities and you've had feedback. Are you open to allowing for a decreased amount of time or a specific time frame for deliveries to help reduce noise in the back of the mini mart that you have?
Deliveries, as long as it's understandable, the deliveries can happen in the morning and not late evening, but
Sure.
workable hours. We don't have to do deliveries late at night. That's not something our client does, but I wouldn't want to restrict it to like a 2-hour window because the feasibility of that is. But yes,
we just want to make sure that you're good neighbors, right?
Sure, absolutely.
That we're not, creating a public nuisance for the parcel behind you, and with people living there, that quality of life that matters.
Completely understand.
So, but there's definitely, I think, reasonable hours that hopefully we can kind of discuss and agree upon.
Sure.
All right. Commissioner Matthews.
Can you speak to the adjustment that DOT is making with the entrance road, and also you had mentioned that there was discussion in the way of where that entrance would be with DOT. Can you
I'll
speak to
allow
those?
my engineer to speak to those because he
That'd
was
be
the
great.
ones in that discussion.
That'd be great.
Yes, sir.
Any
Before I
further
leave from my engineer, any other questions for myself? And I'll be here if something comes up or
Yes,
when we
please.
start to negotiate or.
As far as road signage, did you have a plan for a specific type of road sign?
Obviously, signs for visibility for commercial business is a big benefit. You mentioned the a monument sign. The worry there is with the elevation changes, that monument sign is not going to be as visible. I actually think that also with the placement of the sign, the monument sign might cause some challenges of people trying to see around it based on its location.
Okay.
We prefer a monument sign that meets UDO requirements.
Okay. Commissioner Gilligan.
I don't know if you're going to be selling, or your client's going to be selling ethanol gas, but is this plan good? Can it accommodate long vehicles with like up to a 27-foot boat?
Yes, ma'am. So the site plan is actually designed for a delivery truck for fuel that's the WB67, and I'm blanking on the exact dimensions of it. I'll have Mr. Hastings speak to the size of that truck, but yes, ma'am, it can accommodate large vehicles.
Thank you.
All right, any further questions for Mr. Stewart? All right, Ms. Bauer.
No additional questions at this time. If anyone asks questions that might elicit more information from him, I'd like to reserve the opportunity to call him back.
Okay. Well, we wanted to ask questions, not necessarily you guys, but.
No, is the
Is he
engineer going to speak?
Is the engineer going to speak?
Thank you.
Okay,
Yes.
yes.
Before I call the engineer, I wanted to make sure, was it Miss Gordon? Did you want to come up and make a mention of the things that you had talked about previously with Greg, or? I understand that you had some information relating to the history of the adjoining property. Okay.
Well,
Let's let them finish their
finish,
testimony.
yeah, let's let
Let's let the
you
applicant finish their
the testimony,
case,
and then
we'll
I'll have
deal
an
with-
opportunity to pull up those who've already come in.
Thank you so
Okay.
much. I know, I believe her representations will relate to portion of his testimony, so I didn't want to get lost in between.
Okay, well,
Thank you.
we'll catch up.
Mr. Hastings?
Thank you.
Mr. Hastings, if you could go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us about your qualifications and who you work with.
My name is Matt Hastings. I work for Summit Design and Engineering. We do commercial site plans throughout Virginia and North Carolina. Approximately 100 for Retson doing gas stations and commercial development.
And how long have you been doing what you've been doing?
25 years.
And are you a licensed professional
Yes.
engineer?
And North Carolina, Virginia, yes.
And what's your role in this project?
I'm the design engineer for the project.
So when you get a chance, Mr. Hastings, to get up to the podium to speak into the mic, I'd appreciate that.
Okay.
So that we can hear you a little bit better. Thank you.
Is there any portion of what I've asked about you'd like for him to repeat?
No, we heard you correctly. We
Okay.
just wanted to make sure that we continue to hear his response.
Okay. Thank you. I have asked Mr. Hastings to come here today to tell us about what he could specifically opine to. Have you been asked to give certain professional opinions in this matter?
Speaking to the mic.
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically, I'd like for you to talk about certain findings that could be found in section 20E of the UDO here. And those specific sections are right here, sir. And if I can point you in the direction of 20E subpart C, if you wouldn't mind reading that to us and then providing us your opinion and on what you base that opinion.
Okay, item C is the location and character of the use is in compliance with town's comprehensive and Campbell land use plan. Given the town this is a designated commercial center, based on my opinion and development similar. Again, we've done over 100 sites throughout Virginia and North Carolina. It is in compliance with a commercial center development.
And subpart D of the same section of the UDO, 20ED, if you could read that requirement that we are required to prove, and then give us your opinion and on what you based your opinion.
This is in relation to streets, driveways, parking lots. The design is in compliance with town and NCDOT standards. In conversations with DOT early on, we were forced to move the entrance to Towns Drive, being it's a lower volume entrance location. There's already a turn lane associated with the original development, but we were asked to provide an additional 75-foot of turn lane and an additional 50-foot of taper, which gives us a grand total of 225 feet of turn lane and 150 foot of taper.
Okay, and Mr. Stewart has already provided testimony concerning subpart G, but I believe that there was something that you had expressed an opinion on regarding that section. Do you have an opinion regarding that section?
Which one specifically?
The proposed use will not materially endanger the public health or safety of the community if located where the proposed and development according to the submitted and approved plan.
Correct, thank you.
Yes, in that regard, it's primarily safety, and that's where DOT's input comes in, and that's why the requirement for the additional turn lane and taper comes into effect. Again, they control the overall approval or denial of the construction documents. So as shown is what we're showing now is what we've been asked to provide.
Okay.
Mr. Hastings, I believe that there was a list of questions that the commissioners had generated before we started, or actually when we first got started. Have you had an opportunity to hear those questions and answers by Greg?
I have not, but I'm willing to answer whatever questions you have for me that Greg could not answer.
Let me ask it a different way.
Okay.
Did Greg say anything that you disagreed with?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And I would invite the commissioners, I know that we talked about lighting, there was talk about buffering, noise, delivery times. If there's anything that Greg referred to the engineer for that would be more suitable for him, I would invite you to ask those questions.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Hastings?
Yeah,
Commissioner
I hate
Piccolo?
to beat a dead horse here, but can you speak to the lighting at the rear of the mini mart and the type of lighting that would be there, the intensity of the lighting? You submitted a plan with canopy lights, and then there's also some lighting that looks to be more of like lighting that's affixed to the side of the building. Can you speak to the amount of illumination, the type, like, what are we looking at here as far as on that property line with the intensity of lighting? We talked about what the canopy lighting will do when it gets to the property line, but what will the rear lighting do at that property line?
Unfortunately, I'm not an expert on lighting. It's a third-party designer that does the lighting, but I can tell you from looking at the candle pipe, the rating shown on the layout here, that's what we see on pretty much every commercial development.
So that's the total, or basically that's a reading for the entire property.
Yeah, that's right. It shows you the reading in each location. So like you said, the 0.1 at the,
Okay.
that's what you have at that specific location.
Okay.
So it's typically 0 to 0.5 at the property boundary, which this is what this shows. But again, I'm not the lighting designer.
I thought, Michelle, you had said it was 0.1 at the property line.
It's typically 0 to 0.5 is what a typical commercial site plan shows. So
Okay.
she's showing 0.1, which is in compliance.
Just want to make sure.
The typical.
Just to clarify, it's 0.5 at the property line, 0.01 at the structures, at the townhouse structures.
At the townhouse structures?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any further questions, Commissioner Spiegler?
So just in terms of the traffic, do we have any expectation of how the traffic will be impacted on the main road on Live Oak?
Well, there will obviously be some increased traffic, and that's where the turn lane and taper requirements come from. So you could expect to see some increased traffic, yes.
Okay. Any further questions for Mr. Hastings? Commissioner Matthews?
Kind of a follow-up about, I guess, that I've been asking in the way of the entrance road and your discussions with DOT, how that entrance road ended up there in the way of an option coming into the site. And I realize you have the pond there, so you have to deal with that in some manner.
Yeah, the location is determined. DOT wanted us to be on the lower volume street and as far back as possible. So that's why it's where it's at.
Okay.
Just gives you additional, as much sight distance as possible. That's why it's so far back from the intersection.
Gotcha. Thank you.
All right, any further questions before I start calling on additional witnesses? Okay. I think you adequately have covered the findings of facts.
Thank you.
Now, we've had a few people that have been sworn in that were going to provide witness testimony. And I don't know the names. I see Ms. Gordon in the, can you read off those names that are not with the applicant? Whoever comes up first.
Jane Gordon.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Jane Gordon from the Kirkman Whitford Law Firm here on behalf of the owners of the property, CGW Inc. Just wanted to make sure that you have the picture on the history of this area. As we've heard, it is commercial, it is zoned commercial, and it has been commercial property for decades, with the intention of there being commercial developments there. The CGW acquired attractive land sort of in the early aughts, and then in 2009 actually sold the property that the townhouse development is on to the town of Beaufort. I'm not sure you remember. You may remember, Mayor Harkin, when Beaufort owned that property, and at that time Beaufort's plan, I believe, was to do a variety of things with the property, from a police station to some public works uses, fire station. Those kinds of heavier uses were intended for the property and talked about. The town then sold the property in 2019 to Live Oak 1809 LLC. That's when we came into the era of trying to get that area where the townhouse development is rezoned. It was zoned from commercial, or B1, to planned use development, PUD, with the intention of developing a townhouse development, workforce housing, and a daycare center. Then again, in 2022, that owner sold to 1809 LLC, which in 2025 sold the property to Cavanis and Cates, and they're the ones that have been doing the actual construction and the development back there. In 2022, the property was once again rezoned from, and when I say property, I'm talking about the townhouse development, from PUD to the TCA, which is what it is now. But that entire time, the property there in front of it, the parcel that this project is, with the application before the board tonight for the special use permit, and the property next to it, as well as Food Line and the property across the street, have always been commercial property. It has always been, I believe, intended to be used for commercial development, and that is consistent. Also would remind you that when the property was rezoned to planned use development, the land use plan also had to be amended, because the mixed use classification was contrary to the land use plan, so that was actually amended at the same time. Prior to that, it had been commercial as well. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Gordon.
Thank you.
Now, who else would be next?
Allison Britt Gordon.
Okay.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Town Commissioners. My name is Allison Britt Gordon. I represent the adjoining 1809 Live Oak Homeowners Association, as well as the developer 1809 LLC and Britt Development Company. Please understand that we are not opposed to the Minuteman gas station being built adjacent to our neighborhood, 1809 Live Oak. We know that it will be an asset to the Beaufort community. Traffic and safety are our major concerns. There is only one access at this time planned for the Minuteman site at 110 Towns Drive. There will be 135 families from 1809 Live Oak, their guests, traffic from the Minuteman gas station and convenience store, the Sonic drive-through restaurant, and the car wash, all using Towns Drive as their ingress-egress onto Live Oak with no stoplight. We have had conversations with the seller of the property and know that there is potential for another drive access on the northeast side of the proposed site. We would request that this vote be postponed, allowing enough time for a traffic impact study to be completed, explore the possibility of a second drive access, and designing adequate buffers to shield our residents' view of the car wash and car vacuum stations, as well as from the car lights coming into the entrance drive. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Gordon. And
Mary Cheatham King.
yes.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. Just like Allison, I'm here on behalf of 1809 Live Oak. I'm involved in the real estate sales over there, and we have already sold some of those townhomes to folks who are settling in and living there. So I certainly feel a responsibility to them, not to mention the folks that are to come, 135 townhomes back there. So just like Allison said, I think the issue is not whether or not we agree with the gas station. I think if Beaufort needs it, that's great. But I think that what we know is we have one shot to get it right as far as what are the stipulations as far as delivery times and noise. And gosh, what else have we talked about tonight? The buffer, getting really specific on that. I know the 8-foot fence sounds great, but confirming that it will in fact be a 15-foot berm. So hours of operation, all those sorts of things. I think it's really important to get it right on the front end. And so I would also just request that we postpone taking a vote on this in order to make sure that all the little pieces of it are right so that it's going to work for everybody and for the community at large. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it. Alrighty, I'll give an opportunity for the applicant if they need to have a rebuttal, or anybody else.
So I can speak to two of those items. The first is the strategically words of potential cross-access. We currently have no cross-access agreement, and there has never been, up until last Wednesday, there's never been any discussion about us having the ability for cross-access. So that is something that, in my opinion, they're attempting to manufacture because it benefits them. I can go through the parcels, and if you'd like me to pull up the GIS, I'm happy to show you that there's a property owner that's owned 50/50. Neither one of those property owners has communicated to us the idea to grant an access. Also, if they grant that access, there's going to be implications for their own commercial development, which those discussions have never been had. So to lead with the idea that there's a potential for cross-access, those discussions have never been had by the developer or any adjoining property owners. I would like to make that clear. As far as tabling it, I'm happy to address any concerns that can be addressed now. With the exception of cross-access, I think we are welcome to discussing those tonight. This timeline has already been extremely drawn out with regards to the storm, and our client has a timeline. We want to get it right as well, but I think with the exception of the cross-access that was brought up, we are willing to currently now discuss those items and make sure we get it done right tonight.
Can somebody help us understand what the cross-access is?
Absolutely. So cross-access is when you provide multiple access points to a commercial development. So currently what they are attempting, the suggestion, and I'm happy to speak to an expert on this, we received a call from Mr. Dale Britt last Friday indicating that they would like to schedule a meeting. I was on PTO. I called him back on Monday. We scheduled that meeting for Wednesday morning. The discussion of that meeting they wanted to discuss was cross-access. The owner of that parcel that has that reload drug is a joint owner. Neither one of those owners at that time had consented to cross-access. We had not ever had any discussions about cross-access. If you provide cross-access right there, I'm happy to show you on a GIS map where you will be sending traffic into traffic that's already coming the other way. There's not a valid place for cross-access. We reached out to Food Lion originally in this process. Food Lion denied our ability for cross-access. So the idea that cross-access is feasible right now, you would be basically having to require two property owners who are not involved in this transaction to submit and agree to that cross-access. Then those conversations had never been had up until Wednesday of last week.
Okay.
We also, just for clarification, it is our professional opinion that not only would, even if you could miraculously pull it off, we do not believe it would increase the safety of the access to that neighborhood, because what you're essentially doing, you would have people exiting the site, circling reload drug, going into the Food Lion parking lot, and then all the way back around. If that cross-access point was to magically appear, it still would not be utilized by most drivers, in our opinion.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for clarifying that. Any further questions before the board starts to deliberate?
I guess I do have a question about the traffic. Traffic impact study, that was not required by DOT for this site?
No, ma'am. And again, the idea for that, when you exit, and again, I can let Matt speak to this, he's the engineer, but I'll speak in general terms. When you're accessing off the lower density side road, The traffic impact study is generally for the main road. That main road already exists a turn lane, which would be the traffic safety mechanism, and they've already ruled that we're going to have to maximize that and amplify that to meet code. So DOT did look at this with a traffic safety lens.
What do you mean amplify that?
So the current, and again, I'm not gonna speak to the numbers, Matt. If I say these wrong, please correct me. The current turn lane and taper is being lengthened, so that there's more cars that can stack in that turn lane with the anticipated for more people turning in there. As far as traffic impact, if you think about it, yes, there will be more cars because this is a commercial development, all cars, but the only added traffic impact are for people taking a left out of the gas station, not for people coming down Towns Drive. People coming down Towns Drive, leaving Towns Drive, will have unimpeded. They will continue to drive to the stop sign. It's the people that are exiting the gas station that will have to wait longer before they can exit the gas station.
And so DOT will be in charge of lengthening that turn lane?
We are actually
Or
on the
you are?
foot, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And as we discussed earlier, NCDOT already has road widening plans for this area. They've already looked at our plans and made sure that we overlay and matched our plans with their future uses, or future plans, excuse me.
Okay.
Well, I wouldn't want our board members to be making any emotional type decision in that one, there's no doubt that another gas station is needed. But now since I even have been hearing some things, my original wasn't even a question, but the mere fact that in terms of receiving this information, to me, was not in a timely manner, because I was away for a week, not able to really dive into the information that was sent to us. But in hearing the discussion, there's no doubt I still feel that me personally, I need to get more information, maybe even talk to Michelle a little more. I would not be in ought to table this, because one, even though the state may have done a traffic study, we still have to look at the Tiller School when that is being let out, buses, cars, trafficking into Food Line if they're not doing the cross asset. But you were saying that for safety reasons, it would not still make a difference. So I just appreciate all of the work that you guys have done, even to our staff that has done, to the planning board. But once again, this is just something that I feel that I just need to take some time. And I don't want to make no emotional decision because we need another station.
Sure, Matt, just address two of those points.
Sure.
The first, as far as the information getting to you, I have no control over. If it would have been up to me, I would have sent you this packet 4 months ago. So the notice requirement and how that is completely controlled by the UDO and the Town of Beaufort staff. The second question I would have for you, with the exception of the cross access, which was again not required, and an idea that has never been. It is not the sole sake of any property owner looking to develop their property to be able to grant that. What information do you need further, other than the school traffic, which NCDOT, anytime they look at a proposal, they take into account other traffic considerations around it. So it would still be an NCDOT purview that would make that recommendation. And NCDOT has already reviewed has seen our plans, made their recommendations. So I guess my point is until we actually get a NCDOT, since it's off the road, it doesn't require a permit. NCDOT has gone as far as they're willing to analyze this, because that is their normal standard operating procedure. So I just want to say that the traffic here has been, school or no school, has been considered by a state agency that looks into those things as a professional.
Well, question was, I'm still in that planning stage as well, because I have not been able to read all of the information and absorb it entirely.
Understood.
Most of it is now coming out light, and then as the different presentation was being made, I was reading as well. So I wish I could right off the bat had a question for you, but not having dive deep into the entire thing. I can't say I can ask any questions at this point.
Okay. Unless there's any other additional materials of evidence that needs to be provided that you have not already heard that you would need to hear in order to make a determination tonight, is there anything left on the table?
Can I ask just one additional question on the turn lane, the enhanced turn lane you were
Yes, sir.
talking about from DOT. That's coming from the direction of Food Line back toward the entrance road, is that correct?
The turn lane will be lengthened back towards Food Line, yes, sir.
Okay, and then traffic that's coming from town to make that turn left to go into the station,
Correct.
would they just stop in the lane that's coming out, or would there be a turn lane of some sort that would be added for that left-hand turn?
So again, I'll let my engineer speak to that. I'm not an engineer. I do understand that that's a part of the NCDOT's road package that they are presenting, is my understanding, but again.
So is Mr. Hastings,
It
can he
is.
answer that?
Matt,
Yes,
can you
please
answer
come
that?
up.
So part of the evaluation criteria of DOT is the traffic count, and looking at this site, it did not warrant a left turn lane, only right turn lane improvements.
So just the enhancement on the right turn lane?
Correct.
There will be no enhancement so far as a left turn coming
No, sir.
in? Okay, thank you.
It's interesting.
Okay.
You'll probably have more people going east to west than west to east, so I'm kind of concerned as to why that wasn't thought about.
Yeah, again, it's a DOT.
It's an NCDOT
decision.
thing?
Yep.
One last thing, the planning board did recommend a stormwater pond maintenance plan. Is that something that's?
So we were provided, Michelle, with the state manual for operations and maintenance. There are criteria set by the state that are out of our control. There's a link to that manual. It's 115 pages long of the criteria for maintenance.
Okay.
So they will govern the maintenance of it. There was a question in planning board about landscaping, about how often we would be cutting the grass and landscaping. I know your ordinance says for 6 inches tall, and the planning board thought it should be less. Our client has a route in the peak season, has a weekly cutting of grass, and then in the off season is a bi-weekly, along with other the edging and all of that. So I know might not answer your question, but as you said, the stormwater, it came up in mind that was a planning board concern.
Appreciate it.
All righty. Unless there's any further questions?
Thank
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. I'm going to leave it open until they finish answering their questions. Okay. So I'm just going to leave the evidentiary hearing open in the event that you happen to have any questions. I don't know why I see a hand up. Oh, okay. He's. Yes.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence that you shall give to the board in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you.
Good evening, board and applicant. Just to speak to the previous question on the adding a left turn lane coming from the town side on Live Oak Street. So the town project that involved paving of Town Drive did add a left turn lane on Live Oak Street. So there is already a left turn lane.
So there will be a turn lane?
There is now.
Oh, there is now?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
We had you go through all of that.
He wanted his 5 minutes.
And,
Give him 2.
and yeah, that's it. Thanks.
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much. Very valuable information. Thank you, Sam. All righty. So now we've got some things to consider. As Commissioner Cooper said, this is supposed to be based on the competent material and substantial information that has been presented in evidence. So that's how we're going to be making our decision moving forward. You will have to go ahead and approve some findings of facts. All 7 of them need to be completed. It can't be 50-50, one left out. It's got to be 100% to make sure that the applicant has actually provided all the information necessary to include those findings of facts. And you can also add some concerns or stipulations within there as we move forward. I know there's some conversations about lighting, buffers. We've had some information about cross-access, and we were explained about that. The traffic considerations, we just found out there's a valuable left-hand turn there already. Stormwater considerations, that's been through the planning board and some of their recommendations as well. So I'll let the board have an opportunity to deliberate those things.
I heard agreement already on extending the height of the fence in the back.
Okay?
Mm-hmm. I'd
So
agree with
go
that
to
for
an
sure.
8-foot fence. But they seem to be agreeable to that. Okay? I think they got the message about lighting, but you wanted to make sure that,
Yeah, and that's difficult because we don't have a lighting expert, and the town really doesn't have any particular ordinances for that. I am happy to hear that we're at about 0.1 at the townhomes. I was hoping it was going to be 0.1 at the property line. We don't know what the lumen intensity is, whether it's 3,000 or 5,000. That would be good to know. But it is encouraging that the lighting plan that they discussed was trying to reduce that lighting at the adjacent property. I think we also had talked about and probably agreed upon some type of like delivery times to kind of reduce noise. That's difficult, but I'd like, I don't want to impede the business. I also don't want to have deliveries at, midnight or 2 in the morning or 5 in the morning. I think if we can kind of agree on an appropriate time, whether it's a 7 a.m. start for deliveries and then maybe 11 p.m. end, to basically allow for a more reasonable hour to make sure that's not creating difficulties for the property owners that are behind that area. I do appreciate the fact that they have quite a bit of buffering and type A buffering there, the height of the fence, and obviously I'd like to see, I would love to have seen a rendition of the sign to have a more aesthetically pleasing road sign, but I'm not really sure how to implement that because I really don't understand as far as height and specifics and what that's going to look like at the side of the road. We don't have a three-dimensional image to kind of show us what that would look like and how that would how that would look as you're kind of turning towards the property or passing the property, because you do have to have proper signage, and everyone's always looking, especially now, for the price of gas, so you need to make sure
what does our
you know what
sign
you're getting
ordinance
into now.
say? Thank you, because we do have one.
It says a lot.
Yes, but could be applicable to this case.
Yes.
Okay.
The initial sign rendering that they provided, the sign was too large, so I handed it back to them and let them know that the sign permit would have to be issued later on in the process, and that locating the sign on the site plan was what we really wanted to see at this point. I'm sure if we needed to see a mock-up of a sign or something, that they could provide something like that, but it wasn't required as part of this process, just because the sign permit is not issued until later building permit timing.
Okay. And we can't, there's not any flashing or any type of
Vegas-style lights.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Very good.
Okay.
All right. All right.
Like
I do
message
have-
board or anything like that.
Message board.
Okay, I know one thing I don't want to see in a sign is a sign like the storage unit where Live Oak connects with the bypass. It is huge and tall and very obtrusive. So I can say we don't want something that sticks out like that.
And what about the car wash hours?
Yes.
I think
I'm
that's something to
thinking
be
11
considered.
p.m. or so.
I was just going to say also in thinking about lighting and hours of operation, also the noise decibel of the car wash as well. And so taking that into account for when it's open.
Do we know that? Do we know what the noise?
So I do know it's, the unit 70 is a 75, what's that? Decibel, is from 5 in the morning till I believe 10 or 11 at night. Now, you might want to correct me on that, but in commercial that is, and we're happy for that to be the operational hour. Whatever the dimensions are for that commercial use, we're happy to make that the operations for the car wash so that they can't happen. It goes from 75 to 60 at some point. I believe it's 11 p.m. And I believe it picks back up at 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. the next day. It goes down to 60, but we're happy to restrict the car wash hours to that, whatever that 75 decibel use is, as stated in the ordinance. Again, I don't want to show my ignorances, but it's 5, I believe it's 5 a.m. to 11, but don't quote me on that.
Okay.
Okay. Is that acceptable for the board? 5 a.m. to 11, is that acceptable for the board?
And it follows our noise ordinance?
Yeah, I want to know if that
Yeah,
follows
and
the
does that fall,
ordinance.
is that within our noise ordinance?
She's Googling
Okay.
it to double check me.
Okay.
Would Paul be able to help us with that? Oh, he's working on it, okay.
Yeah. So as we're fact-checking that, what else was there to be considered? Yes.
Regarding the lighting, I still am not clear whether there was a lighting engineer that did this plan.
There was a third-party lighting engineer that completed this plan, and if it satisfies the board, I'm happy for a condition for us to sit down with staff. If you guys want to give her your feedback about what the lighting, sit down with staff and see where there's places we can decrease the light based on light fixtures and other items. I'm not a light engineer, so generally what happens is it's the placement of those backlighting. But again, like I said earlier, it's about a balance of you start taking lights away, then it gets really dark back there for people that work there. So happy to make that a condition that we reevaluate the lighting plan and have staff approval of that lighting plan, and you trust your staff to approve a lighting plan that's agreeable.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'd appreciate that.
Yeah.
All right,
Happy to do so.
okay. All right, so we'll have the third-party lighting plan reviewed. That seems to be a condition.
May I
The
just-
buffer, 8 feet.
Sorry, man, I didn't mean to
Yes.
interrupt you. Can that be a condition of site plan approval? Is that, can we do it that way? Or with our sign permit, is that an approval? I just want to have a mechanism for when that approval and when that final, that actual event occurs, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I thought it was already,
I'm sorry, you mean
Yeah.
the lighting plan?
Yeah, so we agreed that I will go back and we'll experiment with different lighting options and have Miss Michelle or administrative staff have the approval. I just want a mechanism for what that approval looks like. If it's just her and I getting together and going
Oh, I
over it,
see.
or if there's a part of that process.
Sure,
I just want to make sure I understand that what we're asking, what you're asking.
And Board, I think what we're doing now is we're attaching conditions to the issuance of the
Yes.
special use permit. Michelle, is there a point in time by which your staff discussion with the applicant would need to be concluded? I mean, is that by building permit issuance? or
Building
how
permit, yes, sir.
Okay. So the condition would be staff approval of the lighting plan before the issuance of a building permit.
That's perfect. I just wanted to have a mechanism of time.
And I've got the nuisance ordinance pulled up. In the B1 zoning district, 7 a.m. to midnight is a 75 dBA, and midnight to 7 a.m. is a 60 dBA. It is different for the residential behind, but obviously we've got the subject property that we're looking at.
so if we're looking at 5 a.m. to 11 p.m., part of that's going to be 65 and part of that's going to be 75, okay.
Yeah, 7 to. Mhm. So if we want to tie it to the noise ordinance timing, then it would be 7 to midnight. But the board could consider a different time frame if there's a rationale behind that as well.
Okay. Now, that's specifically for the car wash. Okay. I don't know why a car wash needs to be going out at 12 at night, but that's just me. But then the initial operation is still going to be attempted to be 24 hours?
Yes,
For the
ma'am.
gas station?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All righty. Now, can you speak to, and I don't know whether somebody made a Freudian slip of some kind, but what kind of food service is going to be going there? I don't know why I heard Sonic. Or
You may have heard it.
Okay.
So I'll say it this way: as far as the Minuteman Food Mart, they do have a grab-and-go sandwich, but they also have a chicken buffet, basically, to where it's chicken, potato wedges, and a meal there. The drive-through, our client deals as franchisees for one of 3 offerings. Now, that lease is not in place yet. That lease usually gets put in place once the SUP is approved and everyone knows that we can have the use. But I will tell you that there's only 3 users that are client deals with. The first one is Sonic, which is why you maybe heard they are in the driver position. Again, under oath, we do not have a lease, so I can't guarantee
Okay.
it. The second one is a Big B Coffee, which is a drive-through coffee. The third is an Express Little Caesars. But those will be the only 3 options that will be attached to as a drive-through restaurant.
Okay.
We are cheering for Sonic, but again, we are, as far as our client, that is the front runner, but we do not have a lease in place yet, so.
And your drive-through will run the same as your gas? So you're not going to run a 24-hour Sonic, are you?
We are open to
Or
that.
whatever food service it may be.
Generally, the leasee has their own hours of operations because they don't staff it through the night. Depending on which one it is, it might fluctuate. Coffee might be a little earlier than Sonic would be, but they will own their own hours, and it will not be a 24/7, if that's the question.
Okay. All right. It's just my curiosity. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Stewart.
Thank you.
There was, I believe in the presentation, there was a statement that they would allow an enhanced vegetative buffer provided by the developer of the townhomes. I don't even know how to begin to word that, but.
Just through an
They,
easement,
through an
right?
easement,
Said
they were
through an
going to offer them an
easement.
easement.
Okay. Through an easement.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But I guess that would be something that they would work out on their own. I don't think that has anything to do with this particular case. But if they wanted to do that, they were willing to be good neighbors, from what I heard. If they, would you?
Can he do that?
Yes.
Thank you.
So the intent to convey there was if the townhome or the residence proper thought the buffer that UDO requires and we provided was not ample after the 8-foot fence, after we get our buffer in, we're happy to meet with them, and if they want to, at their expense, add trees, and we come into a maintenance agreement. It gets hairy there. I will tell you, it gets complicated there because if they put in trees that die, then the maintenance of those trees gets hairy. So the goal of that statement was to offer good faith that if they thought they could buffer themselves, and we'd allow them to buffer themselves. But I will tell you, it gets extremely hairy, and the maintenance agreement of that is the hard sell. So if it's okay with the board, I would like for us to be able to work that out with our neighbor being good neighbors. But Michelle also has to sign off on the final buffering as well to make sure that we're in compliance with code.
Any concern with that?
Could we say as a condition that we would require you to be open to the easement? And then it would be upon the parties to agree to have it?
So I would say the easement would only be temporary construction for the planting. And then it'd be the maintenance easement of being able to maintain.
Yes, you could direct the applicant to consider it, but that doesn't really have any teeth behind it.
Okay.
I mean,
All right, so as we're beginning to work through this, because my bladder is getting smaller as we speak, and we've got a lot more to contend with. So it looks like lighting, you've got an expert on your staff. We're going to allow Michelle to speak with that expert to make sure everything is in order before issuing anything and signing off. You're going to have an 8-foot fencing. You'll continue to have additional buffer, no cross-access. Traffic seems to be worked out with NCDOT. We have a left turning lane. Stormwater seemed to have been something that has been spoken about with the planning board, and all those things have been taken under consideration. Okay. The car wash, the hours of operation, we're looking at 7 a.m. to midnight, unless anybody would like to see that shortened for any reason.
And can you remind me, when we have this special use permit, that is in forever? Those hours, can we ever change them, or once we put them into place, that's what they are?
Yeah, it's in perpetuity. The permit, in some minor ways, could be modified at the staff level, but a more significant change to a condition would have to go back through a quasi-judicial hearing. So
At the request of the owner, or can the commissioners request?
The town could initiate it, yes, but Again, you'd have to go through exactly what you're going through tonight, and for that type of modification, you'd have to have in the record facts supporting that type of modification in the hours.
And would that theoretically be because we're getting a lot of complaints that from 11 p.m. to midnight, it's very loud there?
That could possibly be a ground, yes, ma'am.
Alrighty. So now we're going to talk about delivery times. What's going on?
Quick point, I apologize, Mayor.
Okay.
So the 7 to 12, it's a certain amount of hours. It sounds like the late night is what everyone's concerned about. We're happy for 6 to 11. It's the same number of hours. They get more people get them started earlier in the day as opposed to later. 6 to 11 is amenable for us if it's amenable for the council.
Yeah, I don't think anything good, as my mother would tell me, happens after midnight.
Sure.
So I don't know why we would have to be doing anything at 12, especially
Sure.
washing a car. So 6 to 11?
6 a.m. to 11 p.m. is amenable for us.
Can be fine.
Fine, fine. Okay, all righty. All right, delivery hours. Are we going to make those the same as the car wash hours? No. So what about delivery hours? When do you expect to get fuel in typically?
Generally, it's morning or late afternoons. When I say late afternoons, it's 4 to 5 o'clock. So, I mean, for us, we don't, again, not to pigeonhole myself, but it doesn't have to be the same as the car wash, as Mr. Cooper responded. If you present hours, I'm amenable to what hours you believe to be appropriate.
I'm not as concerned about fuel. It seems to be more towards the
Rear.
road, in
Correct.
the rear, and then you have buffering with even just the building, blocking in sound. So I'm more concerned just with the access behind the building, whether it be the mini mart or the Sonic,
Sure.
with their deliveries.
And to that point, you're going to get more deliveries throughout the week for those smaller vendors stocking the shelves than you will gas. The gas is going to be a lot less frequent in their deliveries. So, again, not to pigeonhole myself, are there any hours that sounds amenable to the board at first glance?
6 to 11 or 7 to 11 or something like that.
That late for delivery?
If you'd like to make it a different time.
Uh-huh.
You don't expect
No,
anybody to make
I
delivery of
think
fuels
about
at 11 o'clock at night typically, do you?
No, ma'am.
Okay, they're mostly early in the morning, they're early risers?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I know you don't want to be pigeonholed.
Well, I don't want to pigeonhole myself. It's okay if you guys do it. I
Oh,
just
yeah,
don't want to pigeonhole myself.
we're about to. Just want to let you say. So 6 to 11? I mean, our trash trucks run around about the same time, so
That
they're
is
going to be
amenable
making
for
noise.
us.
Okay. All righty. Did I miss anything?
So I know we addressed the traffic on Live Oak Street. I do still have a concern that, there is a lot of traffic that's going to be going into the gas station and into the development back there. I don't know what the solution is. It's just, it is a lot of traffic going in and out of that road. And, I think we talked about this when the development went in, and we talked about the traffic going through the Food Lion parking lot and where everybody's going to park. And it is an ongoing conversation because this is all in the same area, and we're adding a lot more people and a lot more cars. And I don't know what the impact of that is going to be, but I do think it's going to be busy.
Okay. Any further comments before we start making some findings of facts, going through those, and then making a motion? Once again, you can approve this as presented. You can approve it with conditions. You can deny it. You would have to be specific on the denial.
Mayor, a good way to approach this is a two-step process that
Yes.
you take action on your findings of fact. You could do so by reference to the agenda packet material, so you don't have to read the whole thing into the record this evening. And
A
then-
to G, okay.
And then the second step would be, again, if you make the findings of fact, would be the approval of the special use permits. I would articulate the conditions you're going to attach to it in that motion.
Correct. All righty, so let's move on to the first motion, the finding of facts. Now, after reviewing all of the information that has been provided between the oral testimony here for case number 2606, Has the board concluded that the applicant has met the finding of facts under the land development ordinance for the town of Beaufort?
Yeah, I'll make a motion that the developer has met the finding of facts in the required findings of section E, subsection 1A through G.
Yes, we are.
And then I would also add that, make a motion that we make conditions on the,
Can I close out this one first?
Let's take action on that first motion
Yes.
if we
Okay.
can.
All right, so we have a motion that the finding of facts have been met, which are outlined in your packet, A through G. Do we have any further questions? Oh. You have a question?
For area, do I necessarily have to vote?
Yes, sir.
I do.
Yes, sir. If you don't vote, that is a yes vote.
Still a yes vote?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All righty. Now that we've got that answered, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Now we're going to move on to what sounds like some conditions that need to be made if you were going to do an approval of this application for special use permit. Or,
And Mayor, I think you could do that in one motion and one vote. You could move to approve the special use permit subject to the conditions we've talked about tonight.
well, it sounds like it'll be cleaner to approve, if that's the desire of the board.
Yes, ma'am.
To approve the special use permit with conditions, and we'll have to list those conditions. Okay. All righty. And I will help you. So what is the pleasure of the board?
I'll make a motion to approve the special use permit based on the conditions that we've discussed, and Mayor will go ahead and read the conditions.
Okay, the lighting, that will be reviewed with staff before the issuance of the permit. The buffer would be 8 feet. There's no cross-access. Traffic is being worked out with NCDOT. We do have a left lane, and we'll be keeping up with that, but staff will also be making sure that you've got that correct information. Stormwater management, staff will also be making sure that you have complied with our ordinance. The car wash, the hours would be from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. The delivery times will be from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m.
The 8 foot is the height of the fence, correct?
Fence, yes.
Yep. May I propose an amendment to the lighting statement?
Okay.
Reevaluate the lighting plan with the third-party lighting engineer, and then have planning staff approve the reevaluation.
Okay. That's acceptable. Okay, so we're going to reevaluate the lighting plan and then have staff work on that approval. Okay. Any further conditions? Okay. Unless there's any further discussion, can I've already have the motion on the table. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I think I heard that was a unanimous. Okay. We've made it. All right, how are we doing, folks? We've got one more special use, and you've already seen how long that is. Do we need to take a break, or are we ready to push through this one?
Break. Yes.
Break.
Bathroom break, please.
Break, please.
Short recess, be back in 2 minutes. Oh, okay. Yes. Oh, I can't.
I'm just saying. Recess closed at 9? Okay.
Stretch it out.
To the planning board here in Central America. I still remember that was a lot earlier.
Jan.
Also, don't get
Oh, you're gonna do one of those women be gonna just ignore my.
I'm gonna do a man. Okay, recess is over. We're back in session. Now we're going to move on to our next quasi-judicial proceeding, which has been fun, the first one. You're just going to love the second one. This is case number 26-08, a special use permit, the Beaufort Bar outdoor operations at 410 Live Oak Street. And can I get a motion to open the evidentiary hearing for this case?
So moved.
Got a motion on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, now I get to say my speech all over again. This hearing is a quasi-judicial evidentiary hearing, which means it is conducted similarly to a court proceeding. State law establishes specific procedures and standards that the Board of Commissioners must follow in making its decision. The board must base its decision upon competent material and substantial evidence presented during this hearing. A quasi-judicial decision is constrained by the standards contained in the town's land development ordinance and must be based on the facts presented in the record. All applications for special use permit must comply with the land development ordinance for the town of Beaufort and whether a special use is appropriate in the proposed location. If you are speaking tonight, please focus your comments on facts, evidence, and ordinance standards rather than personal preference or opinion. The Board of Commissioners shall hear relevant information from parties with standing as set forth in the North Carolina General Statute 160D-406 and 160D-1402. Individuals who are not parties with standing may still be permitted to provide competent material and substantial evidence at the discretion of the board, providing that the information is relevant and not repetitive. Parties may appear in person through an attorney or through an authorized representative. Parties may present evidence, call witnesses, ask questions permitted under the procedure, and make legal arguments. The Board of Commissioners, acting through the mayor, may subpoena witnesses and compel the production of evidence. For certain topics, the board may hear expert opinion testimony. Individuals providing expert testimony must establish their qualification and explain the factual basis for their opinion. And at this time, I would like to invite individuals who are going to be presenting in this case to be sworn in. Any additional witnesses? Anybody who wishes to be qualified as a party with standing? Okay.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you shall give to the board in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Okay, thank you very much. At this time, I would ask any board members if they've had any ex parte communications, conflict of interest, any bias, or any reason that would prevent fair and impartial consideration of this matter. Please say so now. Seeing that there is none, at this time, we'll just have staff present an overview of the case and formally enter preliminary materials and exhibits into the record.
Thank you, Mayor. Now we'll discuss something that may look familiar to many of you, a request for a special use permit for outdoor operation at Beaufort Bar at 410A Live Oak Street. Beaufort Bar was granted this special use permit last year to add outdoor operation to the bar at 410A Live Oak Street. So why are we discussing it again this year? Because one of the two conditions placed on the special use permit identifies that it sunsets on July 14th, 2026. Mike is applying for a new special use permit to continue this outdoor operation, which was granted for only 1 year. This is a special use permit to continue a special use permit, so it'll look a little different from what we're used to. Beaufort Bar is an existing bar located at Unit A of 410 Live Oak Street, north of No Name Pizza. The site is within the B1 zoning district and under the Live Oak Street Corridor Overlay District. Abutting properties are also B1 with and without the Live Oak overlay. The future land use classification for this parcel is Employment Center Utility and Infrastructure. You can see that this area includes the town's public work buildings and Duke Progress Energy's substation. This is an existing commercial use in an area identified for future industrial type uses, but not exclusive of commercial uses. The land use plan shows that this area should include higher land use intensity, no neighborhood density, high impervious surfaces, and very little open spaces compared to the rest of town. We have an existing tavern / bar / pub use opened in July 2024 The SUP authorized outdoor operation in 2025 with a condition for a 6-foot-tall fence and a condition limiting it to 1 year. The roof overhang was constructed over the outdoor area and fencing installed following that 2025 SUP approval. And no building improvements are proposed with this request to continue outdoor operation. Planning Board unanimously recommended approval as presented in their meeting. General Statutes Guide required notification processes for public hearings, which are reflected in our ordinance. On April 24th, 17 days prior to tonight's quasi-judicial evidentiary hearing, a sign was posted on the subject property and letters were sent to property owners of record for parcels abutting the subject property, including those across the street. An ad for tonight's public hearings ran in the newspaper on April 29th and May 6th, 12 and 5 days prior, respectively. In order for a special use permit to be granted, these specific required findings must be met. So this is a list of requirements against which to measure a special use permit request. I offer to submit the exhibits found in the agenda packet and my presentation into evidence and answer any questions the board may have at this time.
Any questions for staff before we call up the applicant? Yes.
Mayor, if you will accept the agenda materials and exhibits into evidence, that would be good for the record.
All righty. Want me to make a motion for that? Yes.
If you just do that, yes.
Okay, all righty. So we will accept the required finding of facts. But I need a motion. Yes, what does it say?
No, ma'am, you don't need a motion.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm just getting kind of, okay.
Good evening, board members, mayor. I'm Mike Thagard. I'm the owner of Beaufort Bar, and as Michelle mentioned before, I'm here to ask for my special use permit for 410 Live Oak Street, Unit A. Before I get started, actually, I'd like to thank the town staff. Everybody has helped me a lot with this project, and the little pieces to this big puzzle has been a lot easier to figure out with the town staff. And so I appreciate all their help. So to get started in the next slides, I'll give you a background about Beaufort Bar's journey, who we are. I'll try to be brief with all the slides and jump through some things. If you have questions at the end, by all means. But I'll also talk through some of the achievements we've made and end everything with some key takeaways. So in short, we opened our doors on July 5th, 2024 as a clean and fun cocktail bar, offering something for everyone. After establishing ourselves, we started the effort to open an outdoor space to expand our business and offer more for our community and the surrounding areas. I went through the special use permit, as we were talking about before, almost a year ago, and was awarded the permit in July. We finished the major construction of the outside space in August, September timeframe of 2025 with a rough investment of $50,000 to date. With that, we're now able to offer space for family gatherings, fundraisers, pets, more events for the community. We've also had a tremendous amount of positive feedback about the place and the experiences people have had. So today, Beaufort Bar today, we slowly expanded our operating hours to what you see here. As Michelle said, we're a bar, tavern, pub with outdoor use now, and we now have 9 employees, which is 2 more jobs created since last year. So here's some fun pics to give you a good image of what we are. Some pics you'll find from Halloween costume contest, birthdays, monthly shuffleboard tournaments, and then the fun part of our outside use has gave us the ability to do events with local groups and organizations such as the Crystal Coast Girls Club and the Connect Carteret Professionals, to name a couple. We've also been able to utilize the outdoor space to have fundraisers where we were able to donate needed supplies to Beaufort Elementary School, and we are hoping to expand and do more utilizing the outdoor space. So what we do, I try to add some more pictures, some more updated pictures from the last year's presentation, but we make cocktails. We offer something for everybody. We make cocktails and non-alcoholic drinks. We offer something for everyone is really the best way I can say it. We offer wine, pretty much anything you would think of from a bar and more. So we pride ourselves on keeping a clean space that's comfortable and welcoming to all. So getting to the meat and potatoes of why we're here, or actually let me back up. I got ahead of myself. Here's some pictures of the inside prior to us expanding to the outdoor space. This is what it looked like before. Roughly where you see the shadow is there is kind of how we talked about it in the initial meeting, was where we were going to construct the outdoor area. So here's some pics of the new outdoor space, or the outside space. You can see some locally purchased plants blooming and some of our strategic decor that I'll get into later. This space has allowed us to provide a quieter seating area during live entertainment inside, allowed patrons to bring their pets, and increase foot traffic to the area for my business and surrounding businesses. I also believe that it has enhanced the look of the area as well as the amount of positive comments that I've received. I think I might have skipped another one here. Oh, this was the picture I wanted to add. This was on Carter County Chamber of Commerce's website, and I thought with the smiles and everybody's excitement here, it pretty much explained the happiness and fun we have in the place. So the next slides show more of the outdoor area where we used some artificial shrubbery to help dampen some of the sound, as suggested by Mayor Harker last year for me. You can see the added door to the outdoor space here. To access the outdoor space that automatically closes to aid in noise dampening from the inside. We have TVs to catch your favorite game while enjoying the outside area, as well as speakers at low volume for music to add to the ambiance of the area. I'd like to note here that we've invested in controls to ensure volume stays at a comfortable level outside versus inside. That was a lesson learned through this process. And you can also see how neat and clean the area is. That is something that we really take pride in. So with this slide, I'd like to highlight some of the achievements that we've made with the special use permit. We've expanded the business with a more family-friendly environment for outside. We now have a lower volume space during live entertainment inside. We now have a place for patrons to bring their pets, ride up their bikes, or just enjoy being outside that supports the town's bicycle and pedestrian plan and the future land use plan. We can continue to have outdoor events and fundraisers such as our monthly oyster roast and other cookouts. We can continue to increase foot traffic to the area for our business and surrounding businesses by keeping our special use permit. So in short, we were able to do all these things because of the requirements we have met and then some. So those things include the 6-foot fence that was required. We also added sound dampening materials that have added to further noise dampening. And we constructed a canopy that met the town's LDO that is used to aid noise dampening as well as weather protection for our patrons. We continue to do ground inspections and cleanups around the property. We also ensure our staff is educated in the LDO and the town noise ordinance. And lastly, we made investments, like I said before, in controls for volume that we can control for the business. So in short, we've met all the requirements by the Board of Commissioners and the town's land development ordinance. We've made a good looking space for walkers, bikers, locals, visitors, and everyone else that benefits us and surrounding businesses while providing entertainment for new surrounding developments. In summary, yep, we are here asking for a standard special use permit for 410 Live Oak Street, Unit A, to continue to fund an amazing space that we've created and invested in. And with that, I appreciate all of your time, and if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Okay, Mike, let's see if the board has any questions for you. Yes.
So I do think the outside is a great improvement. It looks really nice. It kind of balances the building out, and I enjoy driving by it every day. There was a note in our packet that the police chief said he got called twice with 2 noise complaints. I've never heard anything from citizens, so I know it's not a huge deal. But is that what you're citing that led to this noise control? Or was it for the speakers, or was it like an indoor band that somebody complained about? And you think that issue is fixed?
I just got the complaint, and I immediately jumped into implementing more controls to make it even more of a controlled volume space.
And
So
you
we-
hadn't received any complaints since then?
No, I believe, don't quote me on this, but the last complaint we had was in June-ish of last year, and I have not had anything since.
Okay, great. Yeah, it sounds like what you're doing is working. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. First of all, thank you for coming. Well, you had to come for this, but I want to thank you for being here, Michael. And I want to thank you for being such a good business owner in the community. You've been really a model business owner. You've done everything the board has asked for. You added that sound dampening on the fence, which helps, I think, not just for the neighborhood and the residential units across the street, but also, I think even for your facility. I've been inside your facility. I've been to an event there before. I think it really helped even with road noise to be able to kind of make that space even more enjoyable. The canopy, the noise canopy also has helped quite a bit, and the aesthetics that you've added to the building with the outdoor flowers and even just the way that the wood is kind of laid out, real is appealing, has really improved the building. The adjustable speakers and sound, I think implementing that have been fantastic. I think that your attention to detail is outstanding. You've become a good community member and business owner, and that goes a long way with, I think, the board and the community for having this. I'd like to see us move forward, and I think we can have some discussions about this here, with being able to kind of support your business. Do you have an idea of how long you'd like to stay in Beaufort? I don't know if this is something we can have an idea about. Are you planning to be there 10 years, 5 years?
I plan to be there indefinitely. I don't have a plan of getting out. I'm going into my almost 2 years now, and so I have all intentions of keep growing and expanding and enhancing and building it even more. So no goals of leaving or changing anything anytime in the near future or long-term future.
Well, I don't have a question, but I just wanted to echo Commissioner LaPiccola and just say thank you for being here and everything you've done. We're really impressed. Unfortunately, I have not had the opportunity to come yet. Hopefully, I will have time one day, and I would love to check out what you've done. But I think we're in agreement that we want to continue your, well, I don't want to speak for everybody, but I would like to continue your permit.
I regret that you weren't able to present beforehand with a packed room so that everyone could see what you've done with the place and get yourself a little bit more advertising. So.
I'm regretting you didn't bring any samples. That's just me. Just a small sample would be nice at 9:30 at night. Yes. You've done an amazing job. I've come to your grand opening, your ribbon cutting, and it just seemed to be everybody that was there, they seem to love that space. So it's one of those places where people can go and feel like they're connected to their community. It's not just another place, it's their community spot. And you seem to have been attracting that, which is what we're all about, is to creating that sense of community and that sense of place. So that's really great. And I did have an opportunity to enjoy some of your amazing cocktails. I work with your sister, and she's told me all about what I should get. So unless there's any further questions for Mike. Okay.
No questions, just comments
Okay.
afterwards.
All right, no more comments?
Thank you, guys.
So we've already approved the finding of facts during the first quasi-judicial, and he's already received a special use permit, but with conditions. So are we going to lift those conditions and say that he has a special use permit
Well,
without?
I'd like to ask you a question.
Okay.
So the two parameters of the special use permit previously were to install the 6-foot property fence for noise attenuation. Do we need to basically say that to maintain that fence, to make sure that that fence remains? Would that be a stipulation?
Commissioner, I would go one step further and say all noise attenuation measures currently in place remain in place.
Okay. And secondly, just part of the discussion, I really respect this business owner. I think he's done a fantastic job. I do have hesitation placing in a special use permit on this in perpetuity. Only because if the property gets sold, business gets sold, if you have a different business owner, and we've seen this where you don't have it, if you have a business owner who's not as in tune to the community and doesn't, respect the noise ordinance and so forth, it's very difficult on our end to repeal that special use permit, or for ABC to repeal the licensure for a bar or for establishment. I would be in favor of maybe a 10-year or some type of special use permit to allow for the business to be operated. And as long as after 10 years is up, everything's fine, it can be renewed again. We did a 1 year. I think it went fantastic. I think if he's planning on being there for a while, we can continue on. But that would be my recommendation or my preference.
And just to clarify, the special use permit would transfer if the business was sold?
Yes, it runs with the land, if you will, so it would transfer to a new owner. I'll brainstorm a little bit. You could put a time restriction on it. You could also perhaps put an ownership restriction on it. As long as the business is owned by the applicant, special use permit is in place.
That would be
Yeah.
better, actually.
That seems appropriate.
Yeah, so he does,
Okay.
you have something to add? Sure. Are you bringing samples?
So,
I went with the property.
I think you mentioned before that at any point in time, the town can revoke a special use permit. I don't know what that's like, I don't know what that goes through, but I would lean more on that as being if I'm not meeting the town ordinance, or whoever, if somebody else comes behind me, if as you're recommending or foreseeing, then the town will have the ability to revoke the special use permit. The business is half inside and I have a space outside that I can operate as well. So, I mean, it's not like you would completely shut the business down. I would go back to where I started, or the business would go back to where it started.
I don't know if you talked yourself out of a blessing there, but I guess what they were saying too is as long as you owned it.
I'm good with that too.
Okay.
I didn't hear that part. I guess all I heard was a 10-year, and I was like,
All right.
It does unless you limit it.
I'm fine with that too.
Okay, as long as you own it, we should be good, okay?
okay,
All right.
no time limit.
No time limit.
Live long and prosper.
Can I just ask, Ari, is it true we can revoke a special use permit at any time?
Not exactly. You would have to go back through a quasi-judicial hearing process to revoke it. And as with all of these proceedings, I mean, you'd have to have pretty good facts in the record on how the original SUP is being violated or perhaps other ordinance provisions. So I'm not going to say you can't get there, but the town would bear the burden of proof in that type of situation.
Okay, thank you. With that being said, I'm still in favor of the, as long as it doesn't change ownership.
And
That's
when
in
we say
place.
change ownership, is it 50% ownership, 25%? I mean, here we get into the details and the weeds of ownership, right?
That's what I was
Is it
thinking.
ownership, owner, absentee ownership?
Majority ownership?
I feel like a 10-year is, I mean, that's an enormous amount of time for a lease to come back before the board. If everything is fine, we go ahead and renew. But that's my preference. I think it's cleaner. I think it's a much better way of doing it.
But most business owners don't have to go through that.
No, but this is a special use. And I'm trying to be
You're back.
sensitive to the noise, especially since we still have residential across the street.
Yes, sir.
I'll accept the 10 years if we'll just leave it at 10 years, if that's fine.
That's if the board agrees with that. Well, okay, we're okay with that. Thank you. They still haven't made up their mind.
Just a question.
Okay.
So a new owner, it's 10 years, so you can sell during that period. And you would have a new owner, obviously, and they would assume the same special use permit and
Correct.
have it lapse in whatever it was. 5 years if he sold it in 5 years.
Correct.
Okay. Got it.
All right, so what is the pleasure of the board? We've got a couple of things here, so somebody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the special use permit on conditions that the applicant maintains the noise attenuation property to the properties of that particular property, including the fence and the canopy, and that we have a 10-year limit on this special use permit.
Not limit, it could be renewed in 10 years.
Oh,
right?
yeah, it could
Same
be
process
renewed
as
in
today.
10 years, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Any further questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And Mayor, I'm late to the game on this, and this is an unusual situation. I think we also need, for the record, to find the facts, because it's being styled as a, new special use permit, not necessarily an amendment of the old one.
So we need to do the finding of facts first.
Just like we did in the last one, to incorporate by reference, the findings of fact that are in your agenda packet.
So we're just going to go in kind of opposite order? Do we have to do this motion all over again?
I think if you would just find the facts, we can travel with it, and everything will be referenced in the order that'll come back before this board for approval, probably by the next meeting.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we accept the required findings for case 26-08, which is a special use permit for outdoor operation at Beaufort Bar. The required findings that are in the agenda packet, numbers 1 and 2. Will that be sufficient?
Yes.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All righty. Now, can I get a motion to close the evidentiary hearing?
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All righty. Now we're going to move on to a public hearing. This is for case number 2609, that's 100 Cedar Street, rezoning B1 to Cedar Street mixed use. Can I get a motion to open the floor for public hearing?
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Kyle. Going to have staff present.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm ready for my 120-slide presentation.
Oh, is that it? Oh. Rather light today.
No, the first thing I'd like to clarify is that as part of the agenda packet this evening in the cover sheet, there was a typo, that I had a zoning that was listed as R8. R8 is no part of any of this application, and so that was my error, and so we wanted to go on record and make that clear. But what you do have before you is a case this evening for 2609. It is 100 Cedar Street, and the request is to go from B1 to Cedar Street mixed use. The existing land use is a commercial office, and the total acreage is a little under a quarter of an acre at .24. And the CAMA land use plan does identify this as a Cedar Street mixed use area. Under our staff comments, the Cedar Street mixed-use development was created in 2019 to complement the entry master plan and also to make sure that it was consistent with the development pattern and the state of transition with the relocation of the bridge at Highway 70. There's currently one structure on the property, and it does not meet the setbacks for the B1 zoning district, which renders the structure as non-conforming. Also, a rezoning to Cedar Street mixed use would not change the non-conforming status of the structure, as if it was a commercial structure, it would need to meet a rear setback of 20 feet. So it's important to realize that the existing structure, if it were to stay, would still be a non-conforming. As you can see, we've also provided you the sections out of the CAMA land use plan in regarding to the classifications. And we also wanted to provide you with a comparison table showing what the different standards would be for lot width, minimum lot size, front setback, and the setbacks that you see in the proposed CSMU are for commercial. There are also different setbacks if it were to be a single-family residential use. However, we provided you with what would be required for commercial. Building height, you will notice that the Cedar Street mixed use typically, or not typically, but allows for a 40-foot maximum height. However, because this property is located within the local historic district, which would be under the purview of the Historic Commission, the maximum height for that district is 35 feet. It should also be noted that any structure that is over 5,000 square feet in size would require site plan approval through the process of the Planning Board and Board of Commissioners. So I think that's important, and that process would need to take place prior to going before the Historic Commission. That's very specific in their quasi-judicial proceedings, which we're not involved in anymore tonight, Mayor, I promise.
Thank you.
So the two maps that we have up on the screen is a vicinity map showing exactly where the property is, and it's the hatched area identified along the Cedar Street. And then you have a zoning map which identifies the property right now as B1 commercial. And the CAMA land use map does identify this area as Cedar Street mixed use, and this was the most recent as of 2023. Ironically, if you were to go back and look at the previous CAMA land use plan, it also identified areas around this that would be Cedar Street, or not specifically Cedar Street, but as mixed use. And then to the right, we actually have the map out of the land use plan itself. We also wanted to provide you the section specifically out of the land use plan which identifies the Cedar Street. In one particular area I'd like you to focus on is the open space area. You see that here it has, even though it may be in quote unquote in the low category, if you go to the, I was going to say, evidently I didn't include it with the B1 area or commercial area, but it actually has more open space. We also wanted to provide you with some Google Map photos of what the structure looks like in its current state along Moore Street, and it is at the corner of Moore and Cedar. I apologize for not bringing that up earlier. And so what we are asking this evening is discussion on the rezoning request and then a decision. And of course, there are many options that are involved with that, Mayor. But at this time, I'm ready. Well, I'm not sure I'm too ready, but I guess I'm as ready as I'm going to be, Mayor, for questions of the board.
All righty, get your tomatoes ready. Anybody, any questions for Kyle?
Just, Kyle, I think we started to talk about this a little bit before the meeting, but the uses of the property actually are narrowed by changing the zoning to the CSMU. Is that correct?
That is correct. The B1 district does have considerable number more of uses. Some may consider several of those intense, more intense than what this district would allow. Yes, sir. And you'll also notice that in your packet, we have provided those list of uses. And if I'm not mistaken, there are only 3 special uses for Cedar Street. So there was a very finite number of uses that were recommended for this area.
Thank you.
And I think the other a question that has also come up, maybe not of this group, but why is the rest of some of the properties along Cedar Street, why is staff not rezoned those under a staff initial rezoning like we have with other properties? And this is something I guess the best answer is looking in hindsight, we probably should have rezoned it years ago when we first created the district. However, we did not know that the legislature was going to have the downzoning statute that would not allow us to come back from a staff perspective and rezone these properties. So if we were to consider it now, we would have to go to each individual property owner and ask their permission to rezone. And some folks will say, well, you know, does that really make a difference and so forth? And I would say probably for some of the properties along the 300 block of Cedar, probably not, or not so much. However, when you consider that several of those businesses and residential uses are so close to the street, they are also rendered non-conforming and they could become conforming if potentially rezoned to Cedar Street mixed use. I'm sorry, I told you how to build the clock rather than tell you.
No, I appreciate that.
But anyway.
Kyle, so this is a downzoning, right? And it's less intense. Can you speak to how the lot itself it's fully paved right now, or there's probably no permeability at all in that lot? If this is rezoned to Cedar Street mixed use, would that affect the amount of permeable surface? I'd imagine there'd be plantings, there'd be different designs and so forth. Obviously, we don't know what would go there, but can you speak to that?
Actually, I'd be glad to, and I think that's a good question in regards to the square footage of the lot. If you remember earlier, I said it was 0.24 acres. And in our town's stormwater plan, or excuse me, our stormwater ordinance, it says if you have a lot that is 0.5 acres, then you have to do a full stormwater plan, submit it to the town and so forth. So in that regard, the developer or whomever, if they're redeveloping it, would not need to submit a new plan to us or a stormwater management plan because of that low acreage. However, if you look to redevelop it, then yes, if you look at the criteria that is in the Cedar Street mixed use for the uses, bringing buildings closer to the street and so forth, and we've had some, I have to say, I normally don't promote individuals, but I would say some of the mixed-use projects that we have seen at the eastern end of Cedar Street certainly show what the potential can be, and especially improving an area. But the overall, if you change the use, change the building, change things, then yes, we would look at all of those.
And currently, right now, the building that's there, the setback on Moore Street, is that a zero setback?
No, sir, it is not.
It's not?
No, sir.
Where would that be? How close is that?
The setback for that is at least, well, it says here for front setback is 30 feet, but because it's on a corner lot, I would say even at 30 or 15, that the structure is no way, shape, or form. I think you're looking at probably something closer to 8 feet to 9 feet. There's a survey I believe that's in your packet that actually shows where the structure is in that regard. And I would also tell you that the rear of that structure is within inches of the rear of their rear property line, which is in the side property line of the single-family home that's adjacent to it.
So any redevelopment would improve the setback off the rear, 15 feet or so?
It could if the building that is there now was removed.
Is redeveloped?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And to my knowledge, that building has been there at least since the early 70s, and it could have been even before that. At one time, it was a gas. I was going to say, I hate to. So you would only know, a commissioner would only know from the 80s, possibly. But in the 70s, I do remember that there was a gas station there, and then it was also a Subway. It was a real estate office, and it's had multiple lives just since I've been here.
Do you know if there's any restrictions on that property, say from DEQ or anything like that?
No, sir. My understanding is that DEQ, and I believe that the applicant's agent actually has paperwork this evening that says that that's been squared away, taken care of. Yes, sir.
Commissioner Gilligan?
Can I just ask a quick follow-up question to Commissioner Piccolo's question, and then you can go? When you said that if the rear setback would be increased, because it's on a corner lot, is there the possibility, like which side is considered the front of the property, and could it be changed because it is a corner lot?
It could. You have a choice whether you would like to use Moore Street or use Cedar Street. Of course, the setback on Cedar Street right now gives you a minimum of 10 feet and a maximum of 20. The one thing I would point out to you in looking at the width of this property or the depth is that the width is, if you were to have it on Moore Street, your building would probably be less deep than on frontage than if it was on Cedar. That's not a technical answer, but it's possible. But yes, ma'am, you could have a frontage either way. And if you question or you wonder, well, how would we know? It would be truly the orientation. You may also ask the question, well, could they have two fronts? Or could they have two? And the answer to that could be, yes, that's a possibility as well.
So in that case, if you were to use Moore Street as the front of the building, then the side setbacks would be 0 feet, and that would be on 0 feet to Cedar Street and 0 feet to the adjacent property owner?
It would be 0 feet to the adjacent property, but it would still be a 10-foot or 20-foot maximum to Cedar.
Okay, but it is possible that you could decide to do a 0 setback with the adjacent homeowner?
Yes, ma'am. If, depending on how you arrange that, it's possible, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Commissioner Gilligan?
So I just want to verify some history with you. I know I was on the planning board at the time, and I haven't been unable to find my notes, and various people have various memories of things. Sure. But one solid memory I do have, and I did some research on it, is that the small area master plan was kind of the seed for the Cedar Street corridor. And in some of those notes, I found the recommendation that higher density residential was recommended for the western end of the corridor if that whole thing would have been in the corridor, which it's not, but down towards the bridge when we thought the park was going to go there.
Yes, ma'am. And
then some mixed uses all along the way. So when I was thinking about this project and I think about what I want to see on Cedar Street, I don't want to see a bunch of residential only. So I was thinking, okay, well, what if this property got rezoned and then it became residential? Well, that wouldn't really upset me too much because that was kind of the idea in the first place. But I kind of wanted to understand, if you remember, Kyle, if we ever tried to put any checks and balances in place for how much residential could pop up along there, because we want a balance of, residential business, maybe business with residential on top. So I kind of wonder if you remember any checks we tried to put in place for that.
I don't remember specific checks. I think we had a general idea based on that small area plan that we wanted a mixture, truly a mixture of uses. We knew that we had single family. We were looking at small offices. They were looking at small retail, the restaurants, and so forth. One of the other big drivers of that, even though it's not in the Cedar Street mixed-use district and why it was on the other side, and we only did Cedar Street or recommended Cedar Street on the southern side, was the hotel, which was one of the anchors in that small area plan, looking at density there. So I have to admit, I don't remember any really checks there or what we said we would, if it got to be this amount, we would say no, and this amount, we would say yes. One of the interesting things that came about, though, that we didn't anticipate was when the hotel took the parking lot or took the lot across the street and converted that into a parking lot. I think had that not occurred, we could have seen a different mix potentially of mixed use there. But of course, now that's not the case. So looking down the corridor, to me, this is the only lot that's left on the south side, unless others in the 300 block want to start tearing some of those structures down and redoing something with them. However, it's important to note that they are within the local historic district, which runs pretty much all the way to Turner Street. So if anyone wanted to demolish anything or a structure, they'd have to come before the Historic Commission and request demolition. So,
And I think that's one of our recollections from the planning board is that we didn't want the historic properties to overlap with the mixed use or with the corridor. But I can't remember for sure if that was a reason, because I remember a lot of the discussion points, but not.
right, well,
For reasoning.
there was a concern that some of the criteria that we had for the Cedar Street mixed use, when you look at the window openings and so forth, that some folks were concerned with the existing structures that were there and the mixture of trying to mix that in with the historic standards that were in the district. So who has precedence? Is it the standards of the zoning ordinance when I'm getting into the architectural design that goes before the commission? Or does the commission truly have total purview and they don't necessarily have to follow what's in the zoning because they're looking at it from an aesthetic quasi-judicial? So that was one of the reasons. However, that being said, I think looking back, I get to play Monday morning quarterback, I guess, a little bit. It probably would have been better at that time to have gone ahead and rezoned those 3 blocks to Cedar Street mixed use at the time that we created the district.
Yeah, we didn't see what was coming.
Nope, didn't. But you know what? There's not an exact science to this, and I think that's important for folks to realize. There's no guarantees with things. So.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Well, Kyle, I think it's my turn now. Thank you for that presentation and all of the information you've provided to us on this case. So can you, I think Commissioner Gillikin was sort of getting at this, is there anything in the Cedar Street mixed use that requires you to do commercial on a property?
No, ma'am. You can do single-family residential, which again included in your packet, you had what the setbacks and so forth for that would be. You can do office, you can do multifamily, which we view as using the commercial setbacks rather than it's not single family, so therefore it would fall in there. Also mixed use, which we have the experience on the eastern end of Cedar Street, and commercial, office, retail.
So you could choose to do just residential in the mixed use, in Cedar Street mixed use.
Yes,
And you
ma'am.
could do either single family or multifamily. So what is included in multifamily?
Duplex, triplex, condominium, townhomes.
And they don't have their own specific setback rules in Cedar Street mixed use. They follow the
They follow the
commercial.
commercial setbacks,
So
yes,
you
ma'am.
could have multifamily with 0 setbacks on the sides,
Possibly, yes, ma'am.
possibly.
Yes, ma'am.
The reason I ask all this, so I think there's some wonderful things about the Cedar Street mixed use designation, but I am actually somewhat concerned that we would be limiting some of the uses when we're trying to encourage mixed use and commercial on Cedar Street. And I don't want to get to the point where we are seeing more residential and not any commercial development down there. And this is only one property, so it's, it's not going to make or break it. But I think, this has come to our attention, and we want to think really carefully about what uses we want to see there. When I was going through the uses for Cedar Street mixed use and comparing it to the business, I actually think it would be worthwhile for us to step back and actually consider, do we have all the uses we want in the Cedar Street mixed use? Because I think we're actually maybe missing out on some possible really great projects or commercial opportunities on Cedar Street mixed use. And we're learning as we go. We've had this designation now, or this zoning, for about 6 years, and I think it's time to relook at it and think about, as Cedar Street is developing, what do we want to see? But I am concerned that we could lose some commercial opportunities at that end if we, if depending on what the zoning is. So that is my concern here. I think we want to continue to see great things on Cedar Street. I want to make sure that happens. So that would be, you know, I'd really like to relook at exactly what we have in the Cedar Street mixed-use zoning, and does it need to be updated?
So that'd be a future project for us to look at. Okay.
If that's the board's desire.
All righty, very good. Are there any more questions for Kyle before I open it up to the public for their opportunity to speak on this particular case? Because this is a public hearing.
Okay. And I think the agent tonight, if he's still here, is Mr. Ron Cullifer. Is Ron still here?
He's
Okay.
still here.
I'm not like my mama. I don't have eyes in the back of my head.
Well, you certainly, can you close that bathroom door? I tell my children this all the time.
Good evening. I know you folks have sat here for a long time. I'm not the cause of that. I'm here tonight representing the applicant in this rezoning request. A lot of the issues that I just want to touch base on, Kyle's actually has done that. This is a downzoning request and limits a lot of the activities that you could do in a B1 is not allowed here. So we think it's more conducive to the community to eliminate some of those uses that B1 currently does allow. There's not a plan for development on this piece. I think the Cedar Street mixed-use zone allows opportunities for someone to come up with those ideas. And I agree, there's been a lot of good things going on with Cedar Street and that plan. And once the plan gets developed, you know, certainly hope that the town will be, you know, proud of whatever that ends up being. The rear setback in B1 is currently, 15 feet. Obviously, the building that's there is non-conforming. But the rear setback would be, 20 feet under the Cedar Street mixed use. I didn't pick up on the fact until Kyle said it about which street would be front, because actually in the table it says Cedar Street front setback, but in the next block over it says for the corner unit, you got to designate. So, I mean, Kyle's correct in how it's interpreted, but I think any reasonable design would focus on Cedar Street being a front. Obviously, we don't know that until somebody comes up with that plan, but we believe that the buffer between us and the neighbor to our south would be improved, certainly if that building was demolished. Your land use plan promotes this particular location as the Cedar use mixed use area. So there's not a change request for that land use plan. I think the land use plan took a lot of time and effort, and the goal of the community was to promote that use there, and this rezoning request is complying with that as well. In the Cedar Street mixed-use plan process, there's a little bit more control over materials and aesthetics that you don't necessarily have under the B1. You do have the opportunity to provide some open space, buffers between us and neighbors. And, also, as Kyle laid out, because it's in the Beaufort Historic District, the height is not 40 feet, as in the rest of the district, it's 35. And then we have the process of going through the Beaufort Historical Commission. So we think this is a reasonable request. We respectfully request that you consider approving it. Okay. Answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions for Mr. Culliver?
Thank you.
Great job. Thank you so much. Now I'm going to open the floor to the public. If there's anybody who wishes to make a comment on case number 2609, it's just a comment about this case. So I don't want to, come on.
Mayor and Commissioners.
Mr. Neves?
Ryan Neve, 444 Campen Road. I was absent last month out of town for the planning board meeting, so I missed this one. But in looking at it, as sometimes we do, looking at the zoning ordinance through the lens of a lot where it wasn't necessarily initially applied to or thought, some things came to mind that are a little worrying. A lot of my fears have been assuaged. Michelle pointed out that if there was a change of use with the neighbor, there'd be a buffer requirement. So even though it would be zero lot line, they would still have to have a buffer in there, which would get rid of that And I don't really have any problem with this particular lot and anything about this, as long as you're aware, go in eyes wide open, that if you rezone this to TCA multifamily, it would be more restrictive from a multifamily standpoint than what it is. So this would allow someone to put a zero lot line multifamily house there. But if that's okay with the town, that's one thing. But I think there are opportunities, as Sarah brought up, to revisit our zone and see whether there aren't some places where we could tighten it up. Although I realize now with the state legislature making changes, fixing things can be very difficult. But I just wanted you guys to be aware that, whenever these things come up, I always think of what's a likely worst case scenario. And 35-foot high multifamily, condo that is zero lot line on Cedar Street or zero lot line on Moore Street. It's probably not what's going to happen. And with the Historic Review Committee, I would think they would have a hard time finding a structure like that compatible, but it could happen elsewhere. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Yes, sir. Yep.
You just need to state your name and address.
My name's Kyle McLaughlin. I live at 312 Moore, directly across the street on a lot that is identical in size, 0.24 acres, single-family home. I share the concerns that everybody else expressed. You could do a zero lot line complex of 4 or 5 townhouses and just completely take the entire street without any restrictions placed on this development. I'm not against development. I just would like to see a plan of what we're opening this up to. And I think without some sort of site plan approval, you guys are really opening this up to some uses that may not be a good fit for the community. That's pretty much all I've got to say about it.
Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin.
Good evening, and thank you for your time. My name is Billy Esther Seymour, and I am speaking on behalf of Chris Faulkner, the adjacent property owner of 309 Moore Street, directly next to 100 Cedar Street. We are not opposed to thoughtful development or improvements to this property. However, we are concerned about the lack of informative information currently available regarding what is actually being proposed. Based on the materials provided, there's no site plan, no building layout, no defined use. Without this information, it is difficult to understand how the property may be developed or how it will relate to neighboring homes. Additionally, the proposed zoning reduces the required side setbacks from 15 feet to 0, which effectively removes the buffer between this property and the adjacent residents. Without a site plan, it is also unclear how the building would be oriented and what would be considered the side or the rear of the property, making it difficult to evaluate how these setback changes would apply in practice. Given how close these properties are, even small changes could have a meaningful effect on privacy, light, and overall livability. We respectfully ask that the board consider deferring this decision, or at a minimum, requiring additional clarity and reasonable conditions related to the setbacks, the height, and the buffering before approval. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Any further comments on case number 2609?
Good evening. I'm going to keep it short because I know everybody's ready to go. My name is Doug Brady, and I'm involved with the group that is looking at redeveloping this. I think the reason we're here is because it's Zone B1, and it is, the Campbell Land Use Plan said it needed to be Cedar Street mixed use. This is a unique piece of property in that it's on the very end of the historic district, and it borders residential property for the most part. And I think the neighbors in one of the letters I think were sent were concerned about the parking that might be done from a business standpoint, people parking down the street, and that was gonna be a negative. And so for that reason, we felt like the Cedar Street mixed use is a better zoning for that property from a neighborhood standpoint, from what B1 uses are. And if you look at the B1 uses, they're much more obtrusive, I think, to the residential nature of that end of the street. As it relates to setbacks, I'm a little bit, you can have zero line setbacks, but you're also required to have a buffer if you're against a residential structure. So I think that's somewhere where hopefully you can work in the UDO, because we've seen that before, where although you can have a different side setback, you still have to have a buffer between a residential and a different use. And I think that applies here. Also, the way we looked at it, and I was surprised, it states in the ordinance that the Cedar Street is the front setback. That's the way we read it, and that the rear setback would be 20 feet, which I think is a benefit to the adjacent property owner on the south side, because right now they have an existing building that's non-conforming, but it's right on their property line, and under B1, there's only a 15-foot setback. So actually, Cedar Street mixed use in the rear is a 20-foot setback. And the way we always interpreted it, or thought it was, it states that Cedar Street front setback is the front setback. So I was a little confused that you can in fact have the back as a side setback. I thought it was always would be 20 feet. So what is the clarification of that?
It's a corner lot, which means you could have two frontages.
Okay. But if you've got two frontages, then you've got two rears? Well, wait a minute,
Only have one, but it would depend on what your site plan shows.
Well, so you might have two 20-foot setbacks. Again, I think that this change of use promotes a better opportunities for redevelopment in the neighborhood. I think that the scrutiny that the Cedar Street mixed use zoning has from the sketch plan that has to go before a planning board and the board if it's over 5,000 square feet. In addition to this being in the Beaufort Preservation District, puts a lot of eyes on anything that would be done here, and that the Cedar Street mixed uses are much more congenial to the people that are living there in the area that are there. So I'd be happy to answer any questions, but that's what the rationale for us bringing this request to you. Okay. And that it did meet the Cameron Land Use Plan and kind of mirrors the small area plans that the town adopted some time ago. So thank you.
Well, don't go anywhere. If you have any questions, you said we can ask you any questions. So don't go too far. Any questions for Mr. Brady? Any questions? Okay, thank you. All right, anyone else from the public wish to make a comment on 2609? All right, seeing that there is none, can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, now it's time for the board to make its deliberations, do some discussions as to how you wish to proceed with case number 2609.
I want to ask a question of Ari.
Okay.
Ari, if we were to go back and reevaluate the mixed-use corridor, and if we were to say, I mean, not for this case, but this case aside, and we were to say that multifamily use or single-family home would be a special use, is that down zoning?
Yes, ma'am. It's
I
more
thought it
restrictive.
would be. I'm trying to find a way we can put a control on the residential so the whole thing doesn't become residential. And we don't know what this property is gonna be, but I'm going with Mr. Neve and saying, well, what's, whatever case scenario, I'm just assuming residential. So, yeah, thanks for clarifying that.
Yes, ma'am.
Any further questions? All right, so when it comes down to case number 2609, which is rezoning B1 to Cedar Street mixed use, what is the pleasure of the board?
Move for approval.
Got a motion to approve. Any further questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed have the same right.
Nay.
Okay. We've got 3 in affirm, 1 against. The motion carries.
And for the record, Commissioner
Yes.
Cooper is a yes vote.
Okay. All right, so who's here for public comment? All right.
We
All right, who's
have
first?
2 individuals that have stuck it out with us. The first is Mac Paul.
All right, you get some merch.
He didn't vote, so.
Jen, do we have any swag?
I should have brought some. Good evening,
Good evening.
Madam Mayor, Commissioners.
Okay. All right. We've got public comment.
Good evening. My name's Mac Paul. I'm with Morningstar Law Group, 434 Fayetteville Street, Raleigh, 27601. I'm actually here to speak on an item on old business.
Okay.
I'm here on behalf of the owners of 123 and 125 Front Street, the Fleets and the Smiths, Beverly and Gordon Smith. As you may know, they brought an item to the town several years ago, and they are very anxious to get it resolved. However, Mr. Fleet is out of state right now, and the Smiths are as well. They watched and, were happy to see the work session back in March. There was a thoughtful and robust discussion about the LDO application to street trees and spacing. And they have been compiling some information they would like to bring to you before you deliberate again on this matter. So respectfully request that you table it as old business until your June meeting. They've identified an arborist. Mr. Fleet also runs the historic Williamsburg, so has a lot of access to state parks or national parks standards. And they've also done a lot of research on the streetscapes and the historic vistas along Front Street that they would like to bring to you prior to your next meeting. So I know it's coming up, but that is why I'm speaking in the public comment, is to make that request to table it for 1 month.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Who else is up next?
Vicky Fox.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. So we live on Kevin Court, which it has been discussed about running a fire access road using Kevin Court through into the Beaufort Club. We respectfully oppose the proposed fire access route through Kevin Court and the surrounding neighborhood streets, including Lindsay Court and Jonathan Court. This proposal threatens the very character, safety, and quality of life that have made our neighborhood a place families are proud to call home. Our community is currently quiet, low traffic. Residents know and look out for one another. Children safely ride bicycles, play basketball on the street, skateboard, visit friends nearby. Families walk their dogs in the evenings, jog in the mornings, gather outside while children wait for school buses. Drivers in our neighborhood are typically residents or familiar visitors who understand that children and pets are present, who respect the safety of our streets. Kevin Court and the surrounding neighborhood roads were designed as low-volume residential streets, not connector roads. The roads are narrow and we do not have sidewalks. Approving this proposal would fundamentally and permanently change that environment for the nearly 40 households that live there. Regardless of how the access road is labeled, it is unrealistic to believe that it will not become a convenient cut-through between Highway 101 and Highway 70. Increased traffic is inevitable, and with it will come speeding, noise, safety concerns, and the loss of the peaceful atmosphere residents specifically chose when purchasing homes in this area. Kevin Court and the surrounding Green Meadows neighborhood were established in the late 1980s, well before the Beaufort Club or North River Club development and the surrounding high-end housing projects. Yet, once again, longtime Beaufort residents are being asked to sacrifice their safety, privacy, and property values to support continued expansion aimed largely at outside development interests. Our neighborhood should not bear the burden of growth at the expense of the families who have invested their lives here for decades. This proposal raises significant concerns that have not been adequately addressed. Has there been a formal traffic impact study and public disclosure of projected daily traffic routes counts? Approving this proposal could establish a precedent for routing future development traffic through long-established residential neighborhoods never intended to serve as a connector corridor. How will through traffic be prevented or enforced? What specific traffic calming measures will be implemented? How will pedestrian and child safety be protected on roads with no sidewalks? Who will pay to improve and maintain roads that are already in poor condition? How will residents be compensated for the decline in property values and quality of life? In addition to permanent traffic impacts, we would also endure months of construction disruption, including heavy equipment, noise, and increased hazards on roads never designed for this level of use. We did not choose this neighborhood because of the structures on the properties alone. We chose it because it offered something increasingly rare: a safe, quiet, close-knit community removed from the congestion and constant traffic of rapid development. While we understand that growth is inevitable, that growth should be planned responsibly and should minimize harm to established residential neighborhoods whenever possible. There are clearly alternative options that would create far less disruption to full-time residents. We strongly urge the decision makers to fully explore those alternatives and reject any proposal that would turn our peaceful neighborhood into a throughway for future development. Please protect the families, children, longtime residents who already call this community home. Do not allow this project to permanently alter the safety, the character, and the livability of our neighborhood. We respectfully request that this proposal be denied in its current form and that alternative access solutions be explored that do not place the burden of development on established residential neighborhoods. I also have with me a petition that has been drawn up. I have roughly 30 signatures from the residents of Kevin Court, Lindsay Court, and Jonathan Court.
If you could please hand that to our Assistant Town Manager and Clerk, please.
Just this. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fox.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you for your time. Anybody else? Okay. Now we're going to move on to new business. Oh, excuse me, no. Let me back up. All right, so under old business, we have the live oak trees that are located at 123 to 127 Front Street. You've heard a request to go ahead and table this in lieu of new information, but the board can continue to discuss this if they wish.
I would like to make a motion for the town to take no action regarding the 4 live oak trees located within the public right-of-way near 123, 125, and 127 Front Street.
Any further discussion on that? Got a motion on the floor. I'm going to call for the question. All righty. All in favor, say aye.
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 Well, there was nobody say no. All righty. Yes, you may, I guess.
Motion to come back and discuss it in
Nope.
the next meeting.
No.
I think I understood the motion to mean that the town's just not going to take any enforcement or other action
Okay.
regarding those trees.
Okay.
And that from the board's perspective, the matter's concluded.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. All righty, so now we're going to move on to new business. We've got a voluntary annexation application at 374 Highway 101, 388 Highway 101, and 404 Highway 101. And Ms. Lewis is up next.
Thank you, Mayor. The next item for your consideration is a request associated with 3 voluntary annexation petitions submitted by Tidewater Associates on behalf of R&L of Beaufort LLC, Beaufort Crossing LLC, and Sycamore Creek LLC. The subject properties are located, as you mentioned, 374, 388, 404 Highway 101 within the town's ETJ and total approximately 3.10 acres. According to preliminary conceptual discussions with planning staff and administration, the parcels are intended primarily to provide improved access from Highway 101 to a larger tract of approximately 40 acres already located within the town's corporate limits, generally between NC 101 and US 70. At this time, no formal development plans have been submitted to the town and no request for sewer allocation has been made. However, staff does anticipate that a rezoning request associated with the proposed commercial development may be submitted in the future. And as you'll recall, this is the first step in the annexation process, so the question before the board tonight is whether you would instruct your town clerk to investigate the sufficiency of the annexation application.
Any questions? Commissioner Gilligan?
So if we choose not to have you do the study, if it comes up again in the future, can the study be done at a later time?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
No further questions? Okay,
So I guess the question is, in the future, this could be tied in with, it would have to be on a standalone by itself. It couldn't be tied in with, say, a PUD or something for that particular property.
I'll ask Kyle to speak.
It could be tied in with a PUD or a full development plan, and at that time, you could consider that request as well.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for the clarification.
So when it comes down to the voluntary annexation application, what is the pleasure of the board to?
Specifically the resolution.
Okay, excuse me, I apologize. Believe it or not, I'm here but not. Thank you. Approve or deny the attached resolution to direct the town clerk to investigate the annexation petition. I'm tracking now.
I make a motion that we deny the resolution.
Got a motion on the floor. Any questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All four said aye. So the motion passes. Now we're going to move on to the PFAS class action lawsuit. And we have Counsel Grady.
Yes, ma'am. Mayor and Commissioners, as set forth in your agenda packet and as previously considered by the town, we have the opportunity to join the settlement of a nationwide class action involving PFAS or forever chemicals. We've been approached by the DeMay law firm out of Raleigh to join basically a national consortium that will divide the settlement proceeds paid by companies like 3M and DuPont. The way it works is that we would have our raw water supply tested, and if there were any positive results for PFAS, we would be entitled to participate in the settlement, and the level of participation would depend on the test results. It's purely discretionary whether the town wants to pursue the settlement litigation, but as with all class actions, if we do not pursue it, then we're essentially waiving our rights to decide to participate in the settlement in the future. I do want to stress to the board and for members of the general public that the town has tested our drinking supply, water drinking supply after it's been tested. And there are no detectable limits of PFAS in that drinking supply. And the water drinking supply otherwise meets all federal and state regulatory limits. So The action before the board is whether to authorize your town manager to sign the retainer agreement that's in your agenda packet, and also to approve the authorizing resolution to participate in the class action settlement. I'll be glad to answer any questions the board may have.
I would like the public to hear that this will not incur us any cost.
Correct. The way this works, it's a pure contingency fee only model. The fees of the DeMay law firm and the other law firms mentioned in the retainer agreement are 25% of any recovery by the town. And if the town recovers nothing, the town owes nothing. So if the tests are negative and we're not able to participate, the only cost would be the cost of the testing, and the law firm will absorb those at no cost to the town.
Thank you.
Yes,
I'd like to make a motion that we participate in the PFAS settlement, approve the resolution and retainer agreement, and authorize the town manager to execute and deliver the retainer agreement.
Very good. We've got a motion on the floor.
A second.
We've got a second. Any further questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, so we move on. Motion carries. Manager's report.
Yes, ma'am. I think I have one piece of information that's critical enough to share, and in the sake of time, I'm going to provide an update from the North Carolina Department of Transportation as it pertains to the Beaufort Roundabout project. Our staff received an email on the 6th of May from Assistant Resident Engineer Mr. Hunter Potter that he wanted our community to understand that NCDOT remains on schedule to reopen NC 101 on May the 18th. On Monday night this evening, on Monday, May 11th tonight, crews are scheduled to perform waterline tie-ins in that subject area. The affected homeowners and businesses have been notified in advance of tonight's activity. NCDOT also met with their public informations team, and their project website is in final stages of development, and they should expect that to go live by the end of next week, which would be the conclusion of this week. And information about signing up for the subscriber list will be included in a press release that should be available on the website. They are also looking to provide an additional press release ahead of the Live Oak Street closure on June the 1st. So I just wanted to share that we've provided this information electronically. I believe the board, our key staff, and our town staff are aware. We're also trying to share the same information to the public. So again, this is direct from NCDOT.
Fantastic. Now we're going to move on to mayor and commissioner comments. John?
In light of time, I have no comment.
Anybody?
Ditto to Commissioner Piccolo.
Same. All right, so I'd like to go, airy. All right, so I would like to go ahead and we're going to be going into closed session pursuant to 143-318-11A and 3. Can I get a motion to go into closed session?
Yes.
All in favor, say aye reluctantly.
Aye.
Aye. Bye, y'all. Thanks for hanging out with us, Ryan.
Good save, Sam. Good save. Good save.